Hello, everyone, and welcome to Independence Golf Club, home of the State Open of Virginia. Co-hosted by the Virginia State Golf Association and Middle Atlantic PGA. This Tom Fazio design, located in Midlothian, Virginia, just west of Richmond, opened in 2001 and was later renovated by Lester George. Over the years, it has become synonymous with championship golf in Virginia. My name is Taft Gant, alongside PGA professional Mike Maroney. Mike, it's the biggest week of the year in golf for Virginia. What makes this championship so special?
This is our only championship of the year where we get PGA professionals, tour professionals, and amateurs alike on the same golf course on the same weekend. We started with over 700 entries. We're down to 144, and after this weekend, we'll crown our champion to go alongside some legends of the game in Virginia.
Also joining us on our broadcast team, Brian Jackson, out on the course. He'll be following today's featured group. Brian, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. Independence, the wind's picked up, the rough's getting a little bit higher from all the rain, and we've got some fast greens. So the final group, we've got Drew Brockwell, a construction guy at a lakeside. We've got Talon Dingledine, a rising sophomore, CAA Rookie of the Year last year, and Mark Lawrence Jr., past champion, mini tour player. It's going to be a fantastic day, kind of the epitome of the State Open.
Thanks, Brian. Nearly everyone is out on the course now for the second round. Let's get you caught up on the leaderboard. And Drew Brockwell still has that lead after shooting an opening round 64. You see him there at 6 under par. He is out of Lakeside Park Club and trailing him by 3 strokes. We have a tie for second with 3 guys. Kyle Bailey out of Keswick Club is out on the course now. And teeing off shortly with Drew, we have Talon Dingledine out of Stonehenge Golf and Country Club, as well as Mark Lawrence out of Hermitage Country Club. We'll be hearing more about Hermitage Country Club with our very own Brian Jackson being the director of instruction out there. And then jumping into a tie for 5th, Kyle Fuller out of the Country Club of Virginia, birdieing his opening hole to get to 2 under par, along with Owen Love of Belhaven Country Club, Steve Delmar of Columbia Country Club, and Grady Williams, also out of Hermitage Country Club. That is your leaderboard. So 8 players currently sitting at 2 under or better. You're looking now at the first tee box as our featured group of Drew, Talon, and Mark are getting set to hit their opening tee shot. Mike, what are the feelings from these 3 guys sitting on this lead following just 1 round, knowing that they have 36 holes of weekend championship golf ahead of them?
Yeah, all 3 of these guys have played high-level amateur and/or professional golf, so not feeling too uncomfortable at this moment. Obviously going to have some nerves, but it's only round 2. We still got 36 holes of golf left, a lot of time. Drew obviously feeling well with the 3-shot lead. He's looking to extend it as much as he can today, put as much breathing room in between him and the chasers. And Talon, Mark, Kyle, and the other bunch, they're looking to keep going low, right? Good solid opening rounds of 2-3 under. Can we match that again today? The wind is up this afternoon. The greens probably won't be quite as smooth as they played yesterday morning, playing in the afternoon wave today. But yeah, all 3 of these guys are, used to this. Drew and Mark actually played college golf together for a few years, so they're very comfortable playing with each other. And Talon is riding a lot of confidence after a great freshman season at William & Mary.
Yep, 2 Virginia Tech Hokies in this featured group with Drew and Mark, so they have that in common. Talon, the rising sophomore at William & Mary, having that great freshman season, earning 2nd team all CAA honors and being named the Coastal Athletic Association Rookie of the Year. So a lot of things to be excited about for this featured group, and none more than Drew Brockwell, who shot an opening round 64 and currently leads by 3 strokes. Mike, you've had the privilege of being around Drew for a while now, just being a PGA professional in the state of Virginia. What is it about his game and his character that stands out to you?
He's always pretty lax. One, he hits it a long ways. which really helps. But Drew's a very loose guy. You know, he decided to stay an amateur after graduating Virginia Tech and play in the amateur circuit, and he seems to be enjoying it. He's been playing really well since graduating at Virginia Tech, enjoying business life, and we're going to get going here in the opening round.
Thank you, Matthew Schulze, who announced Drew for this opening tee shot of the featured group and final group of the day here off the first hole.
Good ball.
Drew Brockwell obviously having the honors after his opening round 64, the lowest round on Friday by 3 strokes. And it looks like that opening tee shot has found the fairway bunker.
Yeah, that bunker sits 330 off the tee, so a big poke downhill. Just caught the edge.
Certainly an intimidating tee shot with the water to the left, the fairway bunker also on the left. Talon Dingeldine. And he seems to like that one as he has found the fairway.
Good, comfortable start.
He walks with a lot of confidence, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He's not afraid of the moment.
And now, arguably the most coveted player of this final grouping, Mark Lawrence.
Yeah, past champ of this event. Been in a playoff a couple times and lost. So this is not unusual for to see him at the top of the leaderboard in this championship.
That ball hits the fairway and is rolling. You can tell that it is fast and firm conditions out there. And boy, Mike, are we glad to be in this press box with the air condition going because it's a hot one. Let's take a look at this first hole. Aerial coverage presented by Shady Rays. Mike?
Yeah, long opening hole, 460 par 4. It does play a little downhill off the tee. Pretty big, expansive green. They got the flag tucked today, only 4 paces off the left edge, and you do not want to miss left. We don't want to be in that bunker. There's a little collection area over there. The safe play is flag high, middle of the green, about 14 paces from the front edge today. And again, it's not one that we're trying to go for. You know, this is a hole where let's get a comfy opening par. Let's get ease into this event and get on our way here. Not necessarily a birdie hole. It's playing about the 10th hardest hole so far in this championship.
This is a great look here. You have the fairway, you have the big bunkers, you have that water to the left. A great look there presented by Shady Rays. If you're serious about your golf game, Shady Rays Golf is your vision upgrade. Designed for golf, their color-enhancing lenses help you read greens sharper and track the ball faster. Break them, they'll replace them. Seriously, this isn't just eyewear. It's a performance upgrade. Shady Rays Golf. Elevate your game. And this opening hole, it's intimidating, like we said, but you add on a gallery of fans that are watching, the great enunciation from Matthew Schulze announcing each player's name. You have the camera crew out there, our wonderful CGN production crew. And also the trophy sits there right behind you when you're hitting that opening tee shot. It kind of reminds you of what you're playing for.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, while these guys are used to playing high-level elite championships, they're not usually on TV. There's not usually cameras around. So it is something new. Obviously, this is our second year here at the State Open of Virginia with the live stream coverage. But again, they're not that used to it. It just adds a little more pressure. You think about it just a little bit more. It's different hitting in front of your father or your grandmother versus knowing this is getting streamed out to a bunch of people across the world.
So fortunately, it is not cart path only today. Those carts are allowed to be right there in the fairway, up by the ball. Helps with pace of play, helps with the players' stamina in these hot conditions. Mike, as someone who's played in this event for numerous years, what are the benefits of being in a golf cart as opposed to having to lug your bag around for 54 holes of championship golf over 3 days?
Yeah, the golf carts are nice. never fails. This is always one of the hottest weeks of the year, it seems like, in Virginia. And that's really no different with heat indexes over 100 this week. So the cart is a nice little added benefit. Get some breeze as we watch Drew here out of this fairway bunker. He's on the upslope, which will help get him up. Hopefully he can get up over this lip.
And is that green in reach from that right fairway bunker?
Yeah, he should only be about 120 yards or so from that whole location, from that corner of the bunker.
And it looks like he has done just that. Next up will be Talon Dingledine, right there in the center of the fairway. He's going to have an aggressive look into this first hole.
Yeah, it's not a bad angle. You know, you can see that flag waving just over the bunker. I wouldn't be looking at it. I'd be looking 15 feet right of this flag.
This is a golf course where if you're in the fairway, you can be pretty aggressive.
The rough's not too penal. This year, it's not as thick as some years, but because of this Bermuda rough, it can sit down. You're just not going to get the spin control going into these Bermuda greens that can be firm at times.
Mark Lawrence up next. And he'll have a great look into this green. Well done.
Yep. Nice, safe, kind of where we're looking. Again, let's see if we can make a 20-footer, which would be a nice added bonus to start the day. If not, we tap in our par and we're into the round.
Let's get to know Drew a little better. Matt Pacilli interviewed him ahead of the tournament. Take it away, Matt.
I couldn't ask to be in a better place. Usually I come out here and I shoot, right around even because I haven't been playing a ton. Just get back on the swing of things. And Independence is, no cakewalk with the distance off the tee, the way the greens roll. So I'm really happy with that. I mean, I can't complain one bit. I'm really happy with where I am and feel like I'm in a great place going into the rest of the weekend. I've got a goal of either winning the State Am or the State Open eventually. So we were off to a good start this year, but it's definitely one of the top, one or two that I look forward to every year.
And Drew has positioned himself well to accomplish that goal of winning his home State Open. Just a very impressive opening round out of him. He started on the back nine, ended up birdieing holes 17 and 18. And then coming in on that front nine, he birdied 5 consecutive holes, 3 through 7. That is kind of where you can get aggressive and get some strokes under par, but 5 in a row, man, that's impressive out of anybody.
Yeah, 5 in a row, 7 of his that last 9, or 7 out of 9 holes in the middle of his round there. Yeah, that stretch, like you said, 3 through 6, there are some birdie opportunities, but that deuce he made on 7 is an added bonus, especially yesterday. The pin was in the back shelf yesterday. It made it a little more difficult.
And we'll see his chip shot now. He just missed the green short.
Yeah, there's a little false front that he didn't get it over there. This will be a little uphill pitch. Should be breaking slightly to his left as it lands. And one of the things with these Bermuda greens is you want to pay attention to where this golf ball is landing. Is it landing into the grain or down grain? It will really affect how that ball will check a release.
Grain, grain, grain. That is the key to mastering these greens at Independence Golf Club. Wall-to-wall Bermuda grass from the tee box, the fairways to the rough, all the way up to the green. So even though some putts may look flat, you're going to have to read them well to make sure the grain takes it where you want it to go. Here's Drew's third. And he's going to be happy with that. Gives himself about 4 feet or so for par.
That's a good little early test there with his hands. How are the hands feeling? How are the nerves feeling? Some of those little delicate shots, why they seem easy. If you're a little nervous, those can just be a groove thin, just a hair fat. But that came out nice. He looked nice and relaxed there as well.
Talon Dingledine with that broomstick putter. This one might get quick on you, certainly downhill. And doesn't seem like he hit it hard enough. Might have given it too much respect. From what you saw out there, Mike, are they rolling pretty fast?
Yeah, I'd say they're about average. I'd say they're about 11 and a half. There are times that these can get like a tabletop. They don't seem too out of control. I wouldn't say they've never been out of control, but they're not too quick this week. They're a good pace. Downhillers can get away from you, especially if you're not paying attention if it's downgrain. But overall, you can be fairly aggressive with a lot of these putts.
All right, let's see Mark Lawrence, his attempt for birdie on this opening hole. And a good effort there.
Looked like he maybe misread that the way he gestured. But good speed control. Again, if you have your hands early in the round, that's a nice way to settle down. Okay, I can hit a nice little chip. I can have nice speed control. Those early parts of the round when you have tough speed control on the pitches and the putts, that's when you start to put a little doubt in your head as a player. But it seems like all three of these guys, again, because they're used to this moment, don't have a ton of nerves early on.
We were able to have lunch with Drew before this round, and he is repping the Hampton Roads Crane and Rigging polo. You see there, that navy polo. That's the company that he manages. He manages 2 crane businesses as a part of working for an investment firm. Might need to get him a little NIL deal as he drops in that par putt.
I think that's his way of getting some PTO for playing in these tournaments, is to rep the company flag.
That's a pretty good deal. Talon Dingledine, he knows a thing or two about NIL, being a rising sophomore at William and Mary.
Coming off a great year. Yep.
And he will also write down a 4 for that first hole on his scorecard now. Mark Lawrence looks to do the same out of Hermitage Country Club, where our very own Brian Jackson is the director of instruction. Look forward to hearing more from Brian shortly. He's out on the course with this featured group. And we'll head to the second tee with 3 pars on the scorecard from this featured group. Now we will head to our featured hole here at Independence Golf Club, the 9th, a par 3, 168 yards. Mike, tell us about this hole.
Yeah, they've moved this tee box up today. It's 168 yards. It's tucked to the front right portion of the green in there. It's only 8 paces over that bunker. So tough hole location, even though they've moved this tee box up and made it shorter. Much harder hole location than they had it yesterday. We can't be in that bunker short. It's safe to just hit it middle of the green, just past flag high.
And this featured hole is presented by the Jefferson Hotel. Plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel. Nestled in the heart of downtown Richmond, enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. Mike, you are from this Richmond area. What is it that you enjoy about the downtown Richmond area and then Midlothian, where we are now?
Richmond has so much to offer. You know, my family and I have made this home, originally from New England, and we love it here. We can get to the beach in a couple hours. We can get to the mountains in less than a couple hours. The great food scene downtown. Obviously, the Jefferson Hotel is a fantastic place to stay. I don't have enough money to stay there, but it is a great place to stay. Have been there numerous times for some happy hours. A tremendous tree and light display during Christmas. So if you're ever in Richmond, Jefferson's the place to go.
Well, who knows? Maybe we got some people from the Jefferson Hotel listening in, and next time you stop by for a happy hour, they'll hook you up. We are here with the 12:30 tee time, the first group off on hole 1 out of this afternoon wave. Right now you're watching Ted Brown,
our 2005 champion in this event. We have 7 past champions playing this weekend.
Alongside Ted, Charlie Weingartner out of Cannon Club, and Adam Hauk out of the Federal Club.
This is Adam here in the peach colored shirt, squatting down from nearby Federal Club just up the road in Glen Allen. Adams 1 over on his round today through 8 holes. 3 over for the tournament. He's left us in a perfect spot.
That is right where you want to be, in the middle of the green. It gives you a look at the hole, and he just left it on the low side.
Yeah, it just peels off there, kind of breaks down towards that bunker. Sometimes it can throw you. You assume that there's going to be a slope coming off the bunker, but that actually kind of breaks towards the bunker on that portion of the green.
Here's Weingardner. The Coastal Carolina graduate was able to clean that one up. He turned professional in 2013. Mike, what about the State Open is so special for you in the sense that it brings together touring professionals, PGA professionals like yourself, and then also amateurs still in high school and college?
It's just unique. You know, typically we're all playing on 3 different circuits, so to speak. You know, the amateurs are all playing in the VSGA events. Us Middle Atlantic PGA professionals are playing in our own events. And then, you know, the touring professionals, whether it's the PGA Tour Americas tour, the G Series tour down in the Carolinas. Again, this is the only time of the year that all of us are getting together on one golf course for one title.
It's certainly the one that every one of those professional, amateurs, PGA pros, it's the one that they circle on their calendar every single year. As Hauk was able to make that putt. The Old Dominion Group is a national specialty services contractor committed to adding value to every project and partnership when working with contractors, architects, and owners in the public and private sectors. Since getting started in 1981, the Old Dominion Group has dedicated to service, quality, and safety while making a meaningful impact in local communities. A great look from this 9th green. It's playing up a little bit today, just 168 yards compared to yesterday. They were from the back tee box. So it presents a different challenge. It's not as far, but also you have that bunker to keep in mind on the right.
Yeah, the tournament committee does a great job of moving tees and hole locations around, especially on the par 3s. You're not really going to be hitting the same club on the 9th hole every day of the tournament. They're going to make it short. They're going to make it long. They really mix it up. They'll mix up a few of the par 4s and par 5s as tee boxes just to keep the players on their toes, make sure they're prepared for the different scenarios they may face. And we do have a different wind today. It's actually almost completely switched from what we had yesterday. Today is more of our prevailing wind out of the southwest. So it's a little bit more for us who have more experience around here. This is more kind of what we're accustomed to.
Yeah, it comes down off that clubhouse, which you can see behind the green when standing on the tee box. I was up at Tavern 19 yesterday evening talking with some of the local members and people that play this course, and they were describing how the wind comes down from the clubhouse down right into your face when you're standing on this tee box. So even though you see that 168 number, it still may force you to club up 1 or 2 full clubs.
Yeah, they're pretty much right into the teeth of it right now. If we a moment ago, we saw that flag whipping right back at the tee box. This is Brandon Ramser, who is one of our top amateurs here in the state.
It's currently 5 over for the tournament after shooting an opening round 72 yesterday. So lots to keep in mind when standing on this tee box, addressing your ball. You have that native area, which you should be able to cover, but then you have that bunker on the right, false front on the left. As we have this split screen here of Brandon. That ball working its way into the wind, looking for the green. And it has found it. Great shot there from Brandon.
Yeah, you know, you and I have talked about this yesterday. This is a golf course where if you could take 12 pars on the par threes for the tournament, you'd pay for it at the check-in table. They're hard. It's one of those courses where we're just trying to hit it to the middle of the green, take our threes, and move on. Try to make our birdies on a couple of the short par fours and par fives.
Bryce Corbett here. 4 under for the tournament. 4 over for the tournament. 2 over on his round. Lefty has that low finish. Watching it eagerly.
It's a decorated golfer at Radford University here in Virginia.
And now the third man of this group, Steve Soreo.
Yeah, Steve had a great performance last year. Was able to get himself exempt into this tournament for this year. One of our better senior players here in the state of Virginia at 58 years young. Played golf at UVA.
Wahoo wah. He's trying to chase down a couple of Hokies who are at the top of the leaderboard. He finds the green, wasn't too happy with it, but if he can two putt from there, take your 3 and run on this hole.
Yep, yeah, next hole's a short par 4, birdie opportunity. You know, even the tour professionals from 170 yards, the proximity of the hole is about 30 feet. So I think most amateurs out there that may be listening, I think their expectations are a little too high. They expect to hit every shot to 15 feet, 10 feet, and they're unhappy. But, you know, hitting a 170-yard shot to 25, 30 feet is just about as good as you can do, really.
And we do have some storms in the area. Our great producer, Doug, is saying that they might come in the next 20 minutes or so. Expecting storms at 3 p.m. You know how weather is here in the state of Virginia, especially in the summertime. They can pop up from anywhere. So we'll try and get as much golf in as we can before then.
Unfortunately, that's just where we are in Virginia in these humid summers. You can pretty much bank on a chance of afternoon thunderstorms almost every day. So we're hoping we can dodge some today. Last year we had some storms on the first round.
96 degrees right now. Fairly cloudy. That humidity is really what gets you. There is a nice breeze coming from the south, like we mentioned, about 10 miles per hour, gusts up to 18 miles per hour. There's Corbett walking up to his ball.
Bryce is one of the many mini tour professionals that we have in the field. Probably at least a dozen or so in the field this weekend.
Yeah, Bryce turned professional in 2025 after a decorated career at Radford. His 71.76 career average while at Radford across 107 rounds ranked first in the program's history. He was the 2023 Big South Golfer of the Year and a conference champion. Well-decorated young man there.
Looks like Brandon's going to be first to putt.
Speaking of Hokies at the top of the leaderboard, Brandon is a Virginia Tech grad himself. Graduated in 2008. It's a pretty long putt that he has here, Mike. What should we expect out of this
Yeah,
roll?
it's pretty flat as far as uphill or downhill. It should be breaking slightly from left to right. Again, these greens have always befuddled me. One of the reasons why I'm sitting next to you this weekend. Independence is one of those courses where the greens are almost so flat, it's hard to see the break. Sometimes the more slope you get on golf course, it's almost easier to see it, maybe harder to putt it. It can put some doubt in your brain when sometimes they're so flat.
He gave that one a pretty big whack, but it still wasn't enough to get it there, as he'll have a testy one for par. How much of it, on speaking about these Bermuda greens, how much of it is grain versus how much of it is slope?
I mean, gravity's still going to win out at the end of the day, right? So slope's always going to overtake grain. But now if we're putting cross grain, it may hold up a break. You know, if it's breaking left to right, but the grain, we're going into the grain as it breaks, it's going to hold that putt up slightly. At the end of the day, gravity still always wins.
Gravity does win, and Corbett is going to be trying to use it to his advantage on this putt. He also is going to leave it short. These players might be giving the Bermuda a little bit too much respect.
Yeah, it is uphill just slightly from where more so from where Bryce was than where Brandon was there. And Steve's now, because he's past flag high, will be a little bit more downhill and left to right.
Steve from Philadelphia, but he moved to Midlothian, so he's in his hometown at the State Open. He also won't get it there. Camera shy, you could say, out of these three.
A little tentative on all three of those strokes.
All three of them made par here yesterday. They're going to have to hit some good putts here to do the same today. Looks like Corbett will be first with this par attempt. He closed the 2025 State Open with a 65, climbing 30 places to T13. So maybe as he makes the turn here after this hole for the second half of his tournament, maybe that's when he turns it on. And it's going to help him by starting off with a par on the 9th hole. That'll make that walk to the 10th tee down by the back of the clubhouse a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, Bryce got hot here last year. And we've seen it over the last handful of years here at the State Open. It always seems like one player a day really gets hot. And we've seen some stretches of guys make 3, 4, 5 birdies in a row the last several years. And so you're hoping, hey, if they can do it, I can do it. And Bryce has already done it last year with a nice round. Hoping he can start it probably a little earlier than the last round, like he did last year, and get this going on the back nine today.
Rumsor out of Lakeside Park Club.
Plays a lot of golf with our leader Drew Brockwell.
Well done there. Take your 3 and head up that hill to the 10th tee box. A lot of these players so well connected, whether it's through clubs or college or just playing in the same area or a lot of the same tournaments. It's always a little bit of a reunion coming back to the State Open, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of us, I would say at least the club professionals and the amateurs who aren't really looking to pay our mortgages or our bills with these events. It's some of it's about the camaraderie, seeing buddies, talking before the round, talking after the round, and obviously the main tour players are trying to make a living out here doing this.
Soreo not able to make that par attempt, so he'll have a bogey as he makes the turn. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll be back to this featured hole of the 9th.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price, and we personally replace shades that get lost or broken. So far, we've racked up over 300,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we can have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide at shadyrays.com.
Golf in Virginia? Then it's time to join the VSGA. We love using the VIP card to save on rounds around the state.
VSGA events keep me pushing my game. Doesn't matter your level, there's always something new to try. I post every round right here. Keeps things fair, though he thinks my handicap is too high.
Through the VSGA Junior Golf Circuit, I discovered new opportunities and met friends who love the game just as much as I do.
If you love the game,
You'll love the community.
Join the VSGA.
We welcome you back to this featured hole presented by the Jefferson Hotel, Taft Gant, alongside Mike Maroney, Brian Jackson, out on the course. So many great sponsors of this state open, and all correlated in some way to the Richmond, Virginia area, where there's certainly a lot of history and an appreciation for the game of golf. Mike, you know a lot about that, being a PGA professional for so many years in this area. What has stood out to you, being someone who's from Massachusetts, went to college at Clemson in South Carolina, but has now been in Virginia for a while?
Yeah, I mean, obviously history is important, not just in our American history here in the state of Virginia, but we have a very great pedigree of golfers that have come through the ranks here in Virginia, in our state. Even at this event, is, like I said in our open, we got legends of the game with their name on the trophy: the Vinnie Giles, Bobby Watkins, Laney Watkins, Robert Wren, Chandler Harper. It's prestigious. This is a prestigious trophy. You want your name alongside those. And golf in general is just a game that everyone embraces here. We have a great selection of clubs in Richmond, and it's the best game out there. Like, obviously, I made it my profession, so I obviously care deeply about this game, and it brings people together, whether it's friends, family, work, and we just got a lot of support here for the game of golf.
And we're taking a look at this ninth hole once again. Aerial coverage presented by Shady Rays as we await the next group to finish up on 8 and head to this featured hole, brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. I was speaking with our defending champ, Larkin Gross, ahead of the week, and what he told me is the legends, they come in numbers here in Virginia, but the thing that stuck out to Larkin is that they've stuck around, and they're trying to grow the game within Virginia. You see them around the clubhouse at this event. You see them at championships, brought to you by both the Virginia State Golf Association and the Middle Atlantic PGA throughout the entire year. And it's something that really shows why everyone is not only excited but dedicated to call Virginia home.
Yeah, it's proud. Proud to play in these events. You're proud to win these events. I was fortunate enough to play in this a whole bunch of times. Didn't have the success I would want, which again why I'm sitting next to you now. Guaranteed to work tomorrow, as we got another group coming up here on the 9th tee.
You don't have to worry about the cut today, Mike. You're sitting here next to me. I can guarantee you that we have a safe seat for tomorrow, hopefully, unless producer Doug next to me, isn't happy with this. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here, with Drew still sitting in first and still at 6 under, even par for the day. And
a couple of the chasers moving up: Justin LaRue, Jay Woodson. Justin's 3 under on the day, 2 under for the tournament. Jay Woodson is 2 under on the day, 2 under for the tournament. Steve Delmar's playing alongside Jay. He's a couple under. So a few of the chasers are making a move early in the round. As we get here, Drew's keeping in the ship steady, so to speak. Kyle Bailey has made a bogey and fallen back to 2 under.
we will check in on that featured group shortly, as Brian Jackson is out there following them. But we now are on the featured hole with the Charlie Hansen, Cameron Moore, and Bobby Dedek group. This here is Dedek out of Williamsburg National Golf Club. '24-year-old out of Williamsburg.
just crept it on there.
And that is a false front, so he must have blown a little bit to keep that ball from rolling down. Either that or the wind died down, because like we've been talking about, that wind coming down off the south into their face, it can blow that ball off these Bermuda greens, especially when it comes to a false front like that. So he might want to, I would say run up, but he's got a golf cart, so maybe pedal to the metal to mark that ball after the rest of his playing partners hit.
You can see Cameron Moore here. He looks like he might be choking down on a little something, trying to flight this.
Another Virginia Tech Hokie in the field.
Another Tech Hokie playing with Charlie Hansen, who's a Virginia Tech Hokie. God, I say that way too much.
Hey, you're a Clemson Tiger,
Exactly.
So I guess there is that ACC rivalry. But the hatred's certainly not as strong between Clemson and Virginia Tech, as you'll see. The two in-state schools, Virginia Cavaliers also in this field. Moore is able to find the green comfortably there, flying the bunker and the pin. We'll have a good look at a 2. Now the final man in the group, Charlie Hansen out of Hermitage Country Club.
Yeah, Charlie's one of our mini tour players in the field. Been playing on the G Pro Tour out of Hermitage Country Club. We'll be saying Hermitage a bunch today too. They have a great membership there with a lot of tremendous players.
And a great director of instruction, I've heard.
He's okay.
Look forward to getting down to Brian shortly. Here is Hansen. You saw him really trying to look at the trees and find out what that wind was doing. He didn't hold his finish, which usually tells you he doesn't like it, and that he should have held that finish, because it was a pretty dang good shot sitting right up there on the green.
That's what we call a professional miss. You're not trying to hit it there. It worked out. I'm sure he was staring that a little bit longer than he was hoping for.
And Charlie certainly is a professional in his own right. Matt Pachilli interviewed him. The State Open gives amateurs a chance to measure themselves against touring professionals and PGA professionals. And for Charlie, that's among the championship's biggest draws.
I'm Charlie Hansen. I played golf at Virginia Tech. Before that at Deep Run High School in Richmond, and now playing professionally. Finished second last year at the State Open, but it was a good time and looking forward to getting back out there, and always enjoy playing it at Indy, being kind of a hometown game, getting to sleep in your own bed. It's not normal for tournament golf, so I love it out there. Very familiar with the course, with the greens, and parents get to come watch, so it's a good time. Well, as an AM, it's always a blast, because you can compete with the PGA pros and then other guys kind of chasing it like me, Connor, and Mark are. So it was always fun to kind of, I think as a competitive AM, you're always trying to test your game and see how high you can reach. So it's a good opportunity to kind of test your game against those guys and other good college players. And then it's a good time also to be able to maybe talk a little smack to your PGA pro at your club too.
Talk a little smack to your PGA professionals. Mike, how do you feel about that, being a PGA pro yourself?
Yeah, we bring it on ourselves. It's okay, because we're bringing the smack right back to them. So, and Charlie works with Brian, so I know Brian's listening. So he's teeing up some things to tell Charlie. I haven't played with Charlie in a while, but I will say the last time I played with him, his money came into my pocket. So I'm just going to live on that. I might never play golf with him again, just so I can keep saying that. But Charlie works hard. We're all rooting for him here in Richmond.
A lot of big accomplishments. He's advanced through U.S. Open local qualifying a couple years ago. But maybe his biggest accomplishment, and still on his biggest goals list is to win the State Open because he finished runner-up here last year, closing with the day's best round of a 64. He's trying to show off his soft hands there, but he's still going to have a decent look at
Yeah, that was
par.
Bobby.
Oh,
deciding to chip. You know, it's interesting. Some of these Bermuda collars, there's a lot of collection areas and fairway cut right off these greens, and you'll see players go a variety of different ways. They might chip, they might putt, they might try to belly something. It's really what you're comfortable with. A lot of times you might feel like it's not going to roll end over end with a putter coming through those Bermuda fringes and collars. You saw Bobby try to chip that one.
Bobby and Charlie, I got them confused. They're both younger, so look the same for a second. But this right here, another young buck,
Cameron Moore coming down the hill.
He gave that one a good roll. He got the speed right. Seems pretty happy with it.
Now, Charlie's putting back up the hill here. This is pretty makeable. Again, he wasn't really trying to hit it here, but this is one where we're trying to steal one.
Hansen 3 over for the day, so he's looking to get a stroke back here. That putt is tracking, but
just tails off right to left there at the hole from his angle.
He will clean up his par and make the turn. Cameron Moore looking to do the same here. Yeah, that's going to be a 3-putt bogey for Cameron. I said that he liked his first putt. I think he was sarcastically giving a thumbs up maybe to someone over off to his left. Certainly fooled me, Cameron, but that 4 is going to sting a little bit as he heads to the 10th. Here's Dudek for par. Well done there. This threesome will make the turn. And we are going to head to the featured group that we started the broadcast with. Drew Brockwell, Talon Dingledine, Mark Lawrence. We have an update here. Lawrence made birdie on the 3rd hole, so he now goes to 4 under par. Let's join this featured group and the final group off one on the 4th hole.
Yeah, looks like Mark's sitting solo second now. Kyle Fuller has jumped up to -3. And Talon made a bogey on 3, so he falls back to 2. So we're starting to get some movement here on this leaderboard early in the second round.
And keep in mind, this is where Brockwell made his move yesterday, birdieing holes 3 through 7. He made par on the 3rd hole, so not the same result as yesterday on that shorter par 4. But now he heads to the par 5 looking for that first birdie of the day and 7th birdie of the tournament.
Yeah, this is a par 5. It can be gettable. They feel like it's an easy birdie opportunity, but these players only have 2 today.
Only 2 par 5s. It's a par 72 every other week of the year. This week it's a par 70. It was a par 71 up until last year when they moved the par 5 8th to a par 4, but now we have the 4th hole as the only par 5 on the front. We have a group in the fairway that we're waiting on now. It looks like they might be waiting on someone who's on the green if they're trying to reach it in 2.
Yeah, so they may be waiting for the green to clear. You can see where that card is on the left side of the fairway. You don't want to hit it there. It doesn't look as severe as the slope actually is. If you hit a ball on the left side of the fairway, it definitely in the left rough, it can bounce down into the penalty area. You'll see a lot of guys error in the right rough on this hole.
And like we mentioned, Mike, we want to make sure that we take advantage of these par 5s, considering
it looks like
2.
It looks like they may be getting ready to blow the horn here.
What happened?
I'm getting word from Josh Coates of the VSGA that there's a cell in the area.
You're good.
And they may be looking to take the players off the golf course here.
So that would indicate that there's lightning in the area, correct?
Yes.
There's no rain?
Yep, that would be a dangerous situation. Lightning in the area is too close, too dangerous for players and spectators. So they will be marking their balls. Luckily, the lead group's on the tee box. They don't have to mark their ball. They can just come on and head on in.
For Talon Dingledine, that might be a nice break coming off of his bogey on 3, but for Mark Lawrence, you're looking in the air and saying, what the heck? I was just getting rolling.
Yeah, you look at the leaderboard. There's a handful of guys under par for the day. They're like, no, I want to keep playing. I'm feeling good already to start this day.
Well, we didn't have any weather yesterday in the first round. We were hoping to get the same luck today, but Mother Nature always seems to have her own thoughts on that. Hey, what's a summer afternoon in Virginia without a little weather?
That's right. That's right. It's one of those things where you hope it blows over because it can then cause, a little chaos for the tournament organizers if we can't get this in today and play carries over to tomorrow morning before they have to make the cut and repair.
And we have an update that this weather delay is going to be about an hour long. So an hour-long weather delay. We will have an update. We will share an update whenever we have one. But for now, looking at roughly an hour, depending on how this cell that is above Midlothian, seeing how long that it stays. You can see it there in the background. A great shot there from our camera crew as they head in the clubhouse themselves. But those skies are darkening up.
Yeah, it looks like, look at the radar, there's some red and pink on that. So that's going to be bringing in some heavy rain and some thunderstorms. Unfortunately, this time of year, if we get rain, we get thunderstorms. There's no just light showers this time of the year for us here in Richmond, Virginia.
Mike, I knew you were a PGA professional and a very good golfer. I didn't know that you were a weatherman as well. That was pretty good.
Every PGA professional has to be a part-time amateur meteorologist. For some reason, golfers think that we have a special weather app or update or schooling and can forecast the weather, but we just look at the radar like you can on your phone. But my wife jokes with me. She just fired me recently. I've been given bad weather reports for when we go to the pool. But yeah, I like to call myself an amateur part-time meteorologist.
All right, there you go. Add it to the resume. When you say bad weather reports at the pool, are we talking, all right, pack the car, leave the house, you show up getting ready to go off the diving board, and then they blow the whistle?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
I'm sure your daughters are not a fan of the weather delays.
No, it always costs me money. You got to buy them ice cream to make them happy, and
There has to be ice cream during a weather delay. That is a rule. I don't make them. Whether it's a SpongeBob popsicle or a ice cream sandwich, you really have to get some form of sugar while you sit inside somewhere safe waiting for a storm, a summer storm in particular, to pass over.
This is one of those things as a player, you just hate it. It's just, there's really no one that likes it. All the organizers hate it. The rules officials, players, caddies, spectators got to come walking in. Then we're going to have to go walking back out. It's one of those unfortunate things we deal with an outdoor sport.
My favorite part of the weather delays is when everyone comes up and tries to find one of our great VSGA or MAPGA officials and say, "What's the update? When are we going to be able to play?"
Yeah, and as someone who has run a bunch of tournaments in my day, it's weather is always, you know, the one thing obviously that you can't control, and it's the biggest factor of an event. And you wish you could, you wish you knew exactly how long the system's going to be here, exactly when we're going back out. It's just not fun.
Well, unfortunately, we can't control it, so we're going to give you an update when we have it. Until then, let's go to break. At Independence Golf Club, there's more than meets the eye. Yes, it's an award-winning Tom Fazio design consistently ranked among Virginia's top public courses. A scenic layout with pristine fairways, challenging play, and a reputation for exceptional conditions. But step beyond the course and you'll find so much more. Independence is one of the region's premier event venues with elegant indoor and outdoor spaces, full-service planning, and luxury overnight accommodations. Whether it's a wedding, a corporate retreat, or a weekend getaway, everything is thoughtfully designed for comfort and celebration. Dine at Tavern 19, where the seasonal menu is local and elevated. Enjoy weekly specials, live music, and a space where community comes together. On the course or on the range, Independence is also a place to grow the game, with a state-of-the-art practice facility and a home for the Robbins Junior program and University of Richmond men's and women's golf teams. With over 200 acres of rolling countryside, the setting is as memorable as the moments made here. A golf destination, a gathering place, a community hub, Independence Golf Club, more than just a great course.
untangle this.
We'd like to thank all the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. First, the Kiowa Island Resort, the Jefferson Hotel, Sea Pines Resort, Real Property Management, Estes, M&E Contractors, the Old Dominion Group, and My Golfing Store. And let's take a look at and find out a little bit more about Independence Golf Club here in Midlothian, Virginia. This is the 12th time that they have hosted this historic event, the State Open of Virginia. Mike, we talked about this yesterday, par 70, playing right at 7,000 yards, 35-35, and it's tricky, only 2 par 5s on the golf course. Interesting to see how this course is set up today. I know you were out this morning looking at some new yardages different from yesterday.
Yeah, the committee does a great job of mixing up tee boxes, kind of keeping the players on their toes, making sure that they're preparing from multiple tee boxes during the practice round.
We'll take a look at that leaderboard with Larkin Gross at 13 under par, Luca Rinaldi and Justin LaRue. They are your final group today in that 9:09 tee time. And tell you what, some other names to pay attention to. How about Ross Funderburk coming from a long way away yesterday and made a charge on the back nine. Steve Sorreo played a phenomenal round yesterday. And Rob Kinder, you feel for, finished 3 over in his last 2 holes. It's sitting at 5 under right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys, they're feeling good. You don't get in the last 2 groups without playing some good golf. And so they got Larkin right in their crosshairs and are going to be firing at pins today, looking to go low and put some pressure on them.
We would like to thank our event beneficiary, Virginians for Veterans. The mission of Virginians for Veterans is simple: support active and retired veterans together with their families while expressing our gratitude for their heroism and consistent persistence to protect our nation. To learn more, you can visit virginiansforveterans.org. It is almost that time as we approach the 9:09 tee time here in this final grouping. As we told you, Larkin Gross, your leader at 13 under par, Luca Rinaldi from Salisbury Country Club, and Justin LaRue,
90 seconds.
you and I were having a nice conversation about earlier, and Mike, I know you know well from the Foundry Golf Club. Kid that you mentioned just graduated from Longwood University.
Yeah, he's got quite a pedigree. 2-time Conference Player of the Year. So, again, he's not going to be afraid of the moment. He knows how to close out a golf tournament. And, Luca from basically next door to Independence at Salisbury. And then our lone PGA professional, Larkin Gross. It'll be a fun final group.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, you think about this run of 7 straight wins by the pros. Then the amateurs won 5 of the last 6. This shows you how good amateur golf in the state of Virginia is.
Yeah, it is. Larkin will be our first full Class A member if he goes on to pull this off since 2003. John Corliss. We've had a few associates. But he'll be our first PGA professional.
Let's turn it over to the starter on the first tee and give you natural sounds of this final pairing.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the final round of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. This is the 9:09 starting time. First on the tee, PGA of America professional from Westwood Country Club, Larkin Gross. Next on the tee, playing out of Salisbury Country Club, Luca Rinaldi. Next on the tee, playing out of the Foundry Golf Club, Justin LaRue.
Good deal, man.
Three good tee shots with the final grouping there here on number one. Our leader through the opening round, of course, is Larkin Gross of Westwood Country Club. Larkin on a hot streak with 6 under par on the back nine yesterday. An incredible performance. Matt Pachilli caught up with Larkin Gross after that hot performance on the back nine yesterday.
It's the first time I've ever shot 29 ever, and I decided to do it on the back nine today. It's been a dream of 2 days. Everything feels like it's clicking really good. I was kind of stuck in neutral for a little while there and missed that putt on 9 and lit a fire under myself and got on a good run. So everything's been awesome so far. It sounds so cliche, but I've worked so hard on trying to just stay in my process. And, momentum's a great thing, especially when it's good, but I've worked hard to try and not let momentum go the other way. So I just really tried to focus on, the next shot. You just got to stay as mentally strong as you can be. It's what my dad's there for, to help keep me, help keep everything in my head in check, basically my mental game. I hit a fantastic drive, and I really, the wind was behind when we were waiting for Scott to hit, and then it switched back in the face. So I actually clubbed up and thought I hit a perfect golf shot 20 feet left of it, and it just took forever to kind of trickle off the front. Had some sprinkler head issues, got 2-2 relief. We were talking about the line. My dad pointed out a good little sand spot right there on the green. And speed was perfect. The line was perfect. It just, off the face, I knew it was going to be really good. I didn't know it was going to go in off the face, but off the face, it felt really good. So I knew I'd gotten it within the circle of friendship at least. Playing with a big lead especially, you have to just kind of block out everything because there's so many good players in this tournament. Like, I've played fantastic. It's been my week so far, but, I know I don't look at the leaderboards, but I know Justin LaRue's there. I know there's a lot of really good players right behind me. And so I just got to do what I did today, stay patient, try and pick my chances, and just play the best round of golf I can. I came really close to the Maryland Open and ran into a buzzsaw the final round, so hopefully I can be the buzzsaw this time. That'd be nice.
You go back to number one fairway. Great catching up with Larkin Gross after that 64 yesterday, 29 on the backside. Luca Rinaldi from the right side of the fairway will hit first here at number one on his second shot.
Catches a piece over there on the far right kind of corner of this green. Pins tucked way back. Gets pretty narrow back there. 32 paces on the front edge.
He's in the shadows of those pines that are hanging over that. Here's Larkin Gross, second shot. Center cut his tee shot here at one. And a great shot in there to about 20 feet. He'll have that for birdie.
Yeah, smart play. There's only about 9 paces on either side of this hole, way tucked back there, and you just don't want to mess with that. It's leave it short all day and putt back to it. especially with a 5-shot lead.
Justin LaRue posted a 63 after an opening round 71 and birdied this hole yesterday in the second round. He was the long ball hitter of this group off of the first tee. Sets himself up nicely here. Great shot in there.
Yeah, he challenged it. You know, there's the difference between the leader and then someone who's chasing. He had to fire at that flag.
Luca Rinaldi's in this group as well. 17 years old, spent a night in the ER and posted a 65 yesterday, and we had a chance to catch up with him as well.
Another good one. I mean, I would say a little 65. I mean, again, I'm going back in there trying to shoot even and got a couple of ones to fall. Hit a good putt on 12. That was a good one. When I knew that, I was like, yeah, we can start doing something. Putt on 12, it was about, I don't know, 30 feet maybe. I told my dad, I'm like, hey, it's just on the outside of the old cup. Hit it right there, rolled in with perfect speed. I think the afternoon there'll be some low scores, but I mean, I don't even know where I stand, to be honest with you. The putter was on. Putter's been on. I mean, I've worked really hard on it the past few months, so it's definitely feeling good. So hope for a low one tomorrow. Definitely all around the green, short game and everything. I would say the irons lacked a little. Irons and off the tee they're getting there, so do a little work tonight and then hope to be back out tomorrow morning firing all cylinders. I mean, it was pretty calm, cool. I shot 67 yesterday, made a putt on number 9. I mean, I was just trying to shoot right around even, a couple under maybe, and clearly got it done today. Last night wasn't feeling good. Actually went to the emergency room, got an IV and stuff. It was bad. I was dehydrated quite a bit. They gave me 3 bags of saline and stuff. Was there till about 12:30, so not much sleep, but hopefully catch up on a little sleep tonight.
What an incredible story for the 17-year-old who's, you just heard it, Friday night in the ER. Snapped hooked his tee shot off one yesterday, Mike, and then somehow finds a way to fire a 5-under 65 and put himself in position here on Sunday.
You know, sometimes you hear him, probably wasn't feeling that great. He said he was really just trying to go out to shoot even par. You're kind of in just survival mode when you're not feeling great. And then all of a sudden you find yourself on a hot streak and you just keep riding it. And then you start to change your goals once you're halfway through that round. You're like, okay, well, I'm feeling it today. Let's see how low we can go.
Long putt for Rinaldi from the shadows here on 1. He left that well short.
Yeah, real tough to judge those long putts, especially when you're coming out of the shadows into sunlight or vice versa. It can really mess with your depth perception.
And these 3 guys yesterday played the afternoon wave and now maybe having to adjust a little bit to this early morning start.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little more moisture in the morning. The dew's coming off the ground. They'll start to speed up as we get closer to the noon hour.
Gross for birdie here at 1. And good leave.
He will take that all day. Fairway, green, 2-putt, par. On to the next one.
Now Larkin Gross, we mentioned it yesterday, 34 of his 36 holes so far, bogey free. Rinaldi is still away. This is for par. Just pushed it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a nervy start. Cameras are new for a lot of these guys.
Rinaldi falls back to 7 under here for the tournament after the first hole. And Justin LaRue threw one in tight. He's got a look here at birdie on the first. after a strong performance yesterday has put him in this final group, firing a 63 in his second round after an opening round 71.
He probably learned a little something from Larkin's putt here. Larkin's putt didn't break as much as he thought.
For the second straight day, Justin LaRue birdies the first hole.
And that's the ideal start for him as one of the chasers. Had to think that Larkin's putt helped him. You could see he kept that ball inside the hole.
Solid stroke for Gross as he saves par. So a birdie for Justin LaRue, and Larkin Gross stays put at 13 under par. The opening holes of any championship are never easy, but our own Mike Maroney, in the State Open of Virginia champion Jay Woodson, walked through the first 3 holes at Independence Golf Club to see just how difficult that opening stretch can be.
On the first tee at Independence Golf Club, it's quite the demanding start the players are going to face. So Jay, talk to me through your thought process on these first, 2-3 holes here at Independence.
Yeah, so outside of, your hands shaking on the first tee, I think the first 3 holes are tough. They're challenging. I think if you can get off to a good start, I always felt like when I play in this tournament, if I can get through these first 3 holes, then I can, open myself up to some more birdie opportunities throughout the middle of the golf course. And then obviously on the backside of the golf course, finishing up, you're going to face some tougher challenges there. But if you can get off to a good start through these first 3 holes, you've got a good opportunity to have a good round. The trouble's to the left, obviously a little bunker to the right. I always like to work the ball away from the trouble. Sure. So for me, I like to hit a little straight ball or cutter down the left side of the fairway.
All right, Jay, we're here on 2. We're in the rough. I find myself in this rough often, which is why I'm now doing media.
It happens.
For the State Open. You would typically be in the fairway, but let's talk about hitting out of this thick, wet Bermuda rough. We're here on 2. What kind of yardage we got looking at
So
here?
we've got 161 yards. We've got a relatively back pin. I think this is a great green. They do a good job. It looks pretty benign from afar, but if you miss anything left, it really bounds down towards the woods. Not a place you want to be, but also missing it short, right, or long, the ball tends to carom off and away from the hole. So it's almost like a perched up little, almost like a Pinehurst number 2 type green. So it requires a pretty accurate shot. So right now the rough is not super long, but again, with Bermuda rough, it doesn't need to be very long. I mean, you can get 2 inches of rough in Bermuda, and that's a lot. So it really can determine what type of shot you play. So I've got an 8-iron. I'm just going to try to choke up on it and get something to carom back to that back pin. Little left, but yeah, left, again,
just shy of that.
Not
ridge.
Exactly what you would want left of the pin, but I've got a 25-footer. But again, when you hit in the rough, you should have hit in the fairway.
We're here on number 3, 415-yard par 4, dog leg left. It's easy to kind of one-hop one back here, especially trying to avoid that false front, Aaron Long. We're going to do a little close to the pin competition.
Let's see it. Don't make me look bad.
Joe shirt folder, club professional here against 4-time State Open champ.
But you do have a good set of hands on you. Perfect.
And just the professional chunk.
For me, the biggest thing that I worry about is just making sure we make good contact and get the ball on the green. If we carry it too far and the ball rolls by, 5 to 7 feet, then, not ideal, but the last thing you want to do is hit something that rolls back to your feet.
Yeah,
right?
I've always struggled with that bump into the hill that you'll actually see at the British Open a lot.
If I've got a good lie, I'm going to opt for the same shot and kind of hit it a little higher and try to land it on the green. Looked like I knew what I was doing there.
Oh, there we go. Very nice. We might have to pace that off.
How about Larkin Gross? 8 birdies yesterday, including a 6-under 29 on the backside. And this was on repeat, to say the least, the entire afternoon. He had the putter working. Really got going with birdies at 10, 11, 12, and 13, a stretch of 4 in a row. And then capped it off on, of course, hole 18, where he slam dunked it from just off the green. Just an incredible performance. 34 of his 37 holes bogey free in this State Open of Virginia. And Mike, I know you talked with him about putters. A new putter was added to his bag a couple of weeks ago, and it's really working out for him.
Yeah, I'm going to mispronounce the name, but it's a company out of Australia. He had it custom made, has only had it for a couple weeks now. Since he's put it in the bag, has not had a competitive round of golf over 70. So, you know, when a golfer finds a club that just looks right, feels right, has a good weight, you can gain all kinds of confidence, and he clearly has that right now with the putter.
Today's aerial footage is being brought to you by Estes, proudly built on Virginia values, driven by trust, and committed to delivering freight solutions that go the extra mile. Oh, Mike, we just heard from you and four-time State Open champion Jay Woodson about how tough this first opening stretch of 3 holes can be out here at Independence Golf Club, and what really stands out to you at number 2 today, and especially looking at where the pin is located?
Yeah, another back flag here. First 2 holes back on these back shelves. This one's only 6 paces from the left edge. It's a tiny little shelf back there. Again, Larkin with the big lead is probably looking center of the green. But Luca and Justin, they're going to have to push it and try to hit it flag high to start making some numbers. They did move the tee box up about 25 yards today, so that bunker is a little more in play for most guys.
Larkin Gross has found the fairway again here on number 2. Hey, what we talk about that putter, that driver and off the tee has been stout for Larkin Gross all week. Every facet of his game, but he hasn't missed he hasn't missed many fairways at all either.
One of the benefits of making the PGA Championship this year at Coyle Hollow is he was able to get into the tour trucks that have all the fun gadgets and toys, and worked out with a new driver shaft that he's been loving, confident, and just hitting a bunch of fairways.
Well, Larkin Gross's dad is on the bag with him. He talked a lot about the influence his dad's had on his game, and you can see him right there.
Yeah, that's what makes this game special, right? The bonds you build with your dad or your spouse. Actually, Larkin's wife is a PGA professional as well, so he has a lot to fall back on. His dad operates a club in Northern Virginia as well, so a lot in common here. You can bounce ideas off of, and then obviously just the emotional support with having a family member by your side.
Just fresh off of a second-place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week. Of course, we told you yesterday about.
Welcome back to live second-round coverage here at the State Open of Virginia, co-hosted by the Virginia State Golf Association and the Middle Atlantic PGA. We are nearly out of our weather delay. It will be just over an hour of players not being out on the course due to some storms passing by. You see players now out on the driving range doing a quick 10-minute warm-up, and then at 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we will head back out to the course. Players will hop in their golf carts and be ready to go as soon as the horn sounds around 4:15. There we have our defending champion, Larkin Gross, on the range, getting warmed up after about an hour in the clubhouse. Let's take a look back at last year's State Open of Virginia, where Larkin Gross put on a wire-to-wire clinic at Independence Golf Club. The Westwood Country Club assistant pro cruised through Sunday's final round, carding a 3-under 67 to seal a 3-day total of 16 under, the lowest round in relation to par in State Open history at Independence. Gross claimed his first State Open of Virginia title by 7 strokes with his father on the bag every step of the way. Larkin Gross, your 2025 State Open of Virginia champion.
Out of distance from the rest of the field for birdie. You betcha.
Catches the lip. It's all uphill and it's long, but being downwind does help today.
Rounds of 63, 64 the first 2 days. This for par and a 67. You betcha.
There you see Larkin and his dad just soaking it all in. He told me earlier this week that was the biggest win on his resume, getting that home state open. But he's recently had a club switch, Mike. Where can you find Larkin now?
Yeah, he's now at Creighton Farms up in Northern Virginia, and he's got a little change this year. He's got his wife, Paige Gross, on the bag for him. I don't know why he fired his dad after taking him to victory last year.
I actually have the reason. He did not fire his dad. Instead, his dad is on the IR.
Oh, okay.
He broke his foot earlier this year, so he's not able to caddy. He's doing better. He was walking some holes with Larkin yesterday. I believe he's back out. Yep, he's back out there today. And he wouldn't be healthy enough to, caddy a full 54 holes. So that's why the wife, Paige, got the call up, off the bench. She's now the starting caddy for the defending champ. But you could say that it's him returning it's Paige rather returning the favor, because Larkin was her caddy at the Women's State Open just last month.
Yeah, and Paige is a great player. She's one of the better LPGA, PGA professionals we have on the women's side in our section.
She shot a second round 70 and finished T8 last year. Let's go down to our on-course reporter, Brian Jackson, for an update on the players and the conditions.
Hey, Mike. Yes, absolutely. We're down on the range here. Everybody's warming up. The wind has significantly dried out, so we were doing about 25 miles per hour southwest. It's completely died down. We got some standing water, so the greens are going to be super receptive, so we should have some tremendous golf. Sitting here with Root Taylor, who's up at Old Trail up in outside Crozet. Jay Woodson, we call him the Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer?
What's that?
Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I guess so.
Virginia. Now, usually Hall of Fame people are old. You're in 2 Hall of Fames. He got off to a great start. You're 2 under?
2 under.
Okay. I'm going to let him warm up, but I'll heckle him a little bit. We got Young Jew warming up there. He's out of TPC Potomac. So really all the guys are trying to get back loose. It's kind of rough because you sit down, you get tight again. Everybody's getting a little bit older, except for the young college kids. They prefer this. But for us old PGA, and it's tough. We got to get loose again. So I think we're going to head back out here, 10 minutes. So back up to the booth.
Brian Jackson, everybody, a man of the people, to say the least. Brian, I don't think you're old. Come on now.
Oh, Brian's old. Yeah. He's 50 plus now. He can play in our senior events, which I couldn't believe he was that old.
Is that when you draw the line of officially being an old head?
Yes.
Playing on the senior tour?
And he's the definition of a round belly, as you would say, for some of those of age players. But no, he's right. These rain delays are awkward. It's 100 plus with the heat index. You're sweating like crazy, and then you have to go sit inside in the AC. You get tight. You kind of get cold with your wet shirt, and then you're back out there. I would say the PGA professionals might have a little advantage. We're not used to having long range warm-up sessions at the club. We get called right to the first tee, and we got to go from the golf shop to the first tee. So I think the PGA professionals are okay with a quick little warm-up here before they get out. But talking to some of the guys during the rain delay, it's an awkward thing because you're in different stages of a hole, right? You might be on a tee, you might be hitting an approach, you might be hitting a chip or a putt. And so you'd much rather be on the tee box of a hole. So you can make a nice full swing with a driver, let it rip. You can warm up that shot here versus having to hit a delicate putt or chip. Makes it a lot harder to kind of restart your round.
We'd like to thank all of the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. A lot of great partners that we have here at the State Open, the biggest championship of the year in the state of Virginia. And not even a thunderstorm can get in the way of the action today.
No, hopefully, we didn't get too much rain. I haven't seen a rain total, but there is, in my few minutes out there, like Brian said, there is some standing water in some of the low areas, especially around the greens. It's going to be interesting to see these players We have a lot of collection areas here at Independence that slope off the greens. We all know water travels downhill. So if the ball collects in those areas, it's now going to be a lot more difficult to hit those little pitch shots off the tight, wet Bermuda on the greens. It will slow down the greens, obviously make them a little bit more receptive. But I'd be really curious to see how some of these guys handle those delicate chips off the short grass.
Let's take a look at the live leaderboard. Drew Brockwell still with the solo lead. He shot a opening round 64 yesterday. That's 6 under par. And he is still at 6 under after parring his first 3 holes of the day. Playing alongside Drew, Mark Lawrence in solo second. He birdied the 3rd hole, which is the last hole that they played, our featured group of the day, and the last group off. So they're on the 4th tee, and Mark Lawrence looks to continue to chase Brockwell. Also playing with that bunch, you have Talon Dingledine, who bogeyed the 3rd hole, so that weather delay might have been good for him to kind of do a little mental reset because he dropped back to 2 under par, which is currently T5. A whole bunch of names at T5, but in front of them in a tie for 3rd, Kyle Fuller and Scott Shingler, who are both 2 under par today through just 4 holes. And the group at T5, Justin LaBrue, Jay Woodson, Steve Delmar, George Longmany, Kyle Bailey, Owen Love, and Grady Williams, and then the man in our featured group, Talon Dingledine.
Yeah, you see the maintenance crew here on number 9 trying to get some of the moisture, some of the standing water that might have collected in some of the areas off the greens. If there was any debris, pine needles that came down with the heavy winds that ripped through here for a few minutes. Just trying to get these surfaces back to the way they were before the storm.
The Old Dominion Group is a national specialty services contractor committed to adding value to every project and partnership when working with contractors, architects, and owners in the public and private sectors. Since getting started in 1981, the Old Dominion Group has been dedicated to service, quality, and safety while making a meaningful impact in local communities. That is a pretty swing there on the driving range. Some last few balls to hit, whether it's your driver or like we're seeing next on the player next to him, whether it's a wedge. You know, most likely what these players are going to be hitting, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, is the shot that they're about to go out and hit. They know exactly what they have in front of them on this restart, whether it's on the tee, like our featured group at 4, or whether it's a 6-footer putt. That's kind of what you're going to be mentally preparing for and have been thinking about for this last hour plus while in the weather delay.
Yeah, it's an expedited warm-up, right? So it's like, okay, I got to get my body loose. So let me hit short iron, mid iron, driver. Then let me hit whatever club I'm getting ready to hit when I go back out to the golf course. Let's get on the putting green. Let's see how the speed of the green has changed since the rain. And you got to figure out a way to do that in 10 minutes because these officials are yelling at them right now to get off the range and in their carts and out to the holes.
Well, it's 4:09 and 25 seconds. So those players got 35 seconds to hit a few more balls, a few more putts, and then get in their cart because by 4:10, as you see now, they are going to be off to their holes. We have the final group of the day on the 4th tee. That means they still got 15 holes in front of them. Mike, it's 4:10 currently. It doesn't get dark until around 8 o'clock-ish. Do you think that we'll still be able to get in this second round?
I think so. You know, I was talking to one of the rules officials a couple days ago. They said they have about an hour, 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes they can play with. Well, we just burned up most of that. So we're going to be really close coming down the stretch here. Hopefully we can get it all in. I think at the worst case scenario, there might be 1 or 2 holes left for those final couple groups.
Play was suspended at 3:05 due to lightning in the area, but the storms passed by quickly. They knew that State Open golf was being played, and hopefully we'll be able to finish this second round because we're set to have an early start to the day tomorrow for the final round. The final groups will be teeing off around 9:30 a.m. tomorrow if we're able to get this second round in, which I know that the Virginia State Golf Association and the Middle Atlantic PGA officials would be thrilled if they could get everything in on time, even though we have had this weather delay. You see the players headed back out to the course now after doing a little mental reset. Maybe they grabbed an Arnold Palmer up in Tavern 19. There were a lot of players hanging out there. Mike, what were you doing during your weather delays whenever you're playing in these tournaments?
You know, you're just talking to buddies, friends. Hey, how you playing? How you think the course is playing? You know, you're sharing stories of what's going on out there, or you're just not even talking golf. Sometimes it's, and I'm sure a lot of the guys were watching the Open Championship over in England and discussing that, and Bryson DeChambeau and his ordeal from yesterday. So, you know, sometimes it's good to just keep your mind off the grind of what's next for a little bit. We've got this, you know, unanticipated timeout here. Let's reset it.
It was a well-timed weather delay. The players were able to watch the end of the third round of the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale, but now there are no excuses to be watching anything other than the State Open of Virginia if you are a golf fan. And because of that, we'd like to thank all the official partners, and for many, the State Open of Virginia isn't just another stop on the calendar. It's the one that matters the most, and the same holds true for two Virginia golf legends, both champions and Hall of Famers. The State Open of Virginia is where the state's best come together to chase anything bigger than a trophy.
Golf to the PGA Tour to come back and support our Open. It would just give it that much more cachet.
I played in the State Open from the time I was 16 until the time I was probably in my mid-40s. I was lucky enough to win the State Open 3 times. I finished second to my brother 1 time as an amateur.
It's been a very popular event, and it's grown, but still brings all the best pros and amateurs in the state to play. You go back to Lanto Griffin, who's on the tour now, Mark Lawrence. Yeah, we've had a number of very good Virginia players. John Rawlins, I'm sure, has played. You know, it gives it a prestige that a lot of state opens don't have.
It's just the biggest golf tournament in the state of Virginia.
Two legends there, just so many legends in Virginia's golf history. There you saw Bobby Watkins, a 3-time State Open champ, Vinnie Giles, also a 3-time State Open champ. You know a lot about legends in this area, Mike, being a PGA professional in your own right. How special is it to have those guys as a part of the Virginia golf legacy?
Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that Vinnie Giles is one of the greatest amateurs to ever play the game. Winning the US Am, the Senior Am, the British Am. He has quite the playing record, never turned professional. And you could easily argue that he has, you know, one of the best amateur resumes that's ever existed. Then you got Bobby Watkins, Laney Watkins, both grew up here in Richmond, played golf, grew up playing at Meadowbrook Country Club down the road. Both went on to lengthy careers. Laney's a PGA Tour Hall of Famer. Bobby played for years on the PGA Tour and Champions Tour, Senior Tour, however you want to phrase that. And so it's nice to have those guys still in the area. You see them often at a lot of these championships, and it's they love to give back to the game.
We are back on the golf course now as we are waiting for that air horn to blow to sound the players to be good to go and hit their tee shots. Right now we are rejoining our featured group of the afternoon. Drew Brockwell, our leader, at 6 under par. Mark Lawrence, who is in second place currently at 4 under. And Talon Dingledine at 2 under par. They were the final group off. They were able to finish 3 holes, and now they have a daunting par 5 in front of them, but a good opportunity to maybe get the first birdie under their belt if you're Talon or Drew, or keep the momentum going if you're Mark, who's coming off that birdie on 3.
Yeah, this is kind of like we've talked about earlier. This is the stretch 4, 5, 6 where we can make some birdies. Talking to Brian during the break, he said Drew was just absolutely hammering the driver. So I would anticipate he can get there in 2. Again, we'll see how soft these fairways are and how much roll the ball gets when they land. But, yeah, good opportunity here, 4, 5, 6. Have some scoring clubs in your hand and make some birdies.
And while we were going to weather delay, this featured group was waiting on the group in front of them that was in the fairway. They have now cleared out of the way, and it is Mr. Lawrence who has the tee, currently in solo second, 2 back off of Brockwell. Mark, a tour member in his own right. He is currently on the PGA Tour Americas, our 2020 State Open champion. He had a bogey-free first round. He's parred 2 and birdied 1 in the second round, so he's looking to keep that clean sheet alive here as he continues on the second round. Mark has his dad out supporting him today, walking with him, as well as his dad's friend. Rocking that white Strixon hat. You see him now on the left of your screen, driver in hand. You know, he's licking his chops, looking to send this ball down the fairway. But you need to be careful of the penalty area on the left.
Yeah, it's it can bounce hard on you, like we were talking about just before we went to the rain delay. You're going to look right center of the fairway. If you hit it in the right rough, so be it. It's a 3-shot hole.
And it might not be a 3-shot hole if you're someone like Mark Lawrence, who birdied the 3rd hole. Let's see that birdie now. And that is a good hole to circle on your scorecard. It's somewhat shorter of a par 3. And he has the driver back in hand. First swing of the restart out on the course, but fortunately the players were able to go out on the driving range for 10 minutes.
Yeah, he was looking at that for a long time as it was headed towards that left side of the fairway. Was able to kind of bounce soft and straight and just kind of creep in the edge there of the fairway.
Yeah, 585 par 5. You're going to want to get all of your drive, but you're not going to want to hit it left because, like you've been saying, Mike, that ball can bounce left and bounce out of bounds. Drew now. He birdied this hole yesterday en route to birdieing 5 consecutive holes.
And kept it safe down the right there, out of harm's way.
You know, the State Open of Virginia social media team has just been doing a great job all week. They had a great reel that they posted to their Instagram showing multiple players hitting off this tee with a tracer. And there were balls that were going left to right, balls going right to left. But you could tell everyone was favoring the right rough as opposed to even the left side of the fairway just to play it safe. And Talon kind of flirting with the left edge.
He challenged it, yep. Again, that's most likely a pull. I doubt he was trying to hit it down there. You try to give yourself enough of a width when you're aiming, knowing what your shot dispersion pattern is and to keep that ball out of the left rough.
And while the players head to their second balls, we'll take a quick break.
Golf in Virginia? Then it's time to join the VSGA. We love using the VIP card to save on rounds around the state.
VSGA events keep me pushing my game.
If you love the game,
you'll love the community.
Join the VSGA.
For 100 years, the Middle Atlantic PGA has been more than a section. It's been a community. From its start in 1925, MAPGA professionals have been leaders, growing the game, mentoring the next generation, and guiding golfers at every level. Their names may have changed over the decades, but the mission has never wavered: to serve the game and the people who love it. This section has produced champions, hosted major championships, and built one of the strongest tournament schedules in the country, giving our members opportunities to compete and raise their game. But our story is about more than trophies. It's about what happens every day at the club level. Teaching the game, welcoming new players, raising millions for charities, and leading the nation in programs like PGA Hope that give our veterans a new team to belong to. Today, more than 1,200 MAPGA members and associates across Maryland, Virginia, DC, and beyond carry that tradition forward, creating new experiences, developing the next wave of players, and building a stronger, more inclusive game for everyone. This centennial isn't just about looking back. It's about celebrating where we're going. Here's to 100 years of leadership, mentorship, and impact. And to the next generation of Middle Atlantic PGA professionals who will write the next chapter.
Back out to the par 5 fourth, and Talon Dingeldine there in his golf cart waiting on the group on the green. That tells me that all three of the guys are going to be looking to reach it in two.
Yeah, this is an area short of the green where you can get something going, turn it over a little right to left to get this thing chasing up. Again, curious to see how soft it is now after that rain. There is a little bit of false front that you have to traverse, but the pin is tucked way left. You can see the players over there just over that bunker, 5 off the left edge. But everything does slope right to left on this green towards that hole location. So if you can get one going off the right side, it can trundle down to that hole.
And let's go down to our on-course reporter, Brian.
Yeah, we're out here on the par 5. Drew is gonna lay up. His ball's sitting down in the rough with this rain. It's just it's sitting down too much. I think he's waiting, but he has 287 to the hole. Just don't see it getting there. Mark Lawrence has pummeled one. He stayed on the left side there. He does have a clean lie. He'll have about 252 yards to the green, so easily reachable for him. Talon did stay in the fairway. He'll have a little bit of a hanging lie with his feet just on that slope. Like Mike said, he did challenge that left side, but I believe all these guys are going to favor the right side. With that pin being on the left, the miss is 100% on the right. Leaves him a very easy chip back to that pin. You just can't miss this green on the left side. Back up to the booth.
Thanks, Brian. That is great insight there. As we see Drew making up his mind on what he's going to want to do with this drive that he pummeled down there.
It looks like he's kind of grabbed a couple different clubs. Like Brian said, that lie doesn't look great, so he's probably going to just be laying up here trying to pick what club you think one can get through the rough the best and also leave him a good number.
He had time to think about it because the group in front of them, sometimes that can be a good thing to, think things through. Sometimes it can be to his own detriment, just overthinking things. But that seems to have been the right play. Give yourself not maybe 80 to 100 yards coming in and look to go up and down for a birdie.
Yep, Talon's playing quickly here.
Man, that was quick, wasn't it? And what a swing.
A lash.
And he
got it turning over. The ball was above his feet there.
Bounces over.
That's going to be an
Drew's
awkward
ball.
angle over that front left greenside bunker.
Talon, the youngest of this threesome, just a rising sophomore at William and Mary. Mark and Drew, 2 graduates of Virginia Tech. Maybe they have a little bit more experience than Talon does, but God, that was an impressive swing there from Dingeldine.
And you can see this is a little bit of an awkward lie, standing in the rough. Looks like he has clearance. I don't think the heel of that club will get caught up in the rough as he swings through here.
And he is certainly trying to get that ball to run up on the green. As Mark Lawrence looks for his second birdie of the day, here's his second shot.
Lost it out right there. But like Brian said, plenty of green to work with. Can trundle that down to the hole. Definitely the spot to miss it.
And we'll see if the wetter conditions come into play, especially being in the rough. Might get a little wet out there because it was coming down pretty hard for about 30 minutes or so during that weather delay.
It was. It's going to take judging the lies in the rough, just make it a little bit harder now. Just seeing how much moisture there is in the grass. Is there going to get any water between the ball and the club face? You can get some squirters. Sometimes the ball can kind of pitch forward and skip forward when you hit pitch shots as well when you get rain. So the first couple holes back is just going to be kind of assessing what the golf course is presenting to you now as we're back out here.
All players hitting their third shots in this featured group. And at the top of the leaderboard is Drew Brockwell. This his third. Takes a big divot with him. He gets it up onto the surface, but did it go left?
Just a little long left.
But it looks like he'll be dancing. And he's going to have a look at birdie. That's right there tells me that he made the right decision with his second shot, where you could tell he was between a wood, maybe a hybrid, or laying up with an iron. He chose to lay up and give himself a favorable third shot as opposed to getting himself into trouble. And
yeah, that was a smart play. The last thing you want to do, you got to lead. You're playing well. Let's not play stupid. You don't want to try to muscle a fairway wood out of there, and it doesn't come out the way you want it, and now you're left with a long ways in for your third.
Mark Lawrence next to play, right there by the cart path.
You know, he's going to try to decide here, do we want to go high with this? He's going to be landing on a downslope. Does he? It looks like a fairly tight lie, so he might be able to get a little bit more spin than if he was in the typical primary rough. It's kind of matted down over here near the cart path. So he might be able to get a little more spin on this than typically would out of the rough. So he could go a little bit lower thinking it's going to check. But it all pretty much chases down to the hole from his vantage point.
Looks like he decided to go low with it.
Try to go low and spin it.
And he did just that. That ball checked up perfectly. Mark Lawrence will give himself a look at his second consecutive birdie.
Now, Talon's not going to have a ton of green here. Can't tell if he got it into the greenside bunker or not. Probably going to wait for Mark to mark his ball and clean it up out of the way.
I see what you did there, Mark. Mark the
I didn't
ball.
mean to. That was not creative.
I'll give you credit.
All right, so we're coming out of the rough, so we're going to go high with this.
He is quick to play, isn't he?
He is quick to play.
And
luckily he was pitching it back into an upslope there to help stop the ball a little bit faster.
And that's going to be Talon's birdie look. All three players have birdie in mind and putter in hand. Here on this fourth hole, the first par 5 on the golf course. Only 2 par 5s.
Yeah, you got to wait a long time for the next one on 17.
Almost makes it feel even more important, doesn't it, to really take advantage of it?
You do. Guys with this length, they always feel like they can make birdies on par 5. So the more par 5s they have, the better. And if you walk away with a par, you feel like you let one slip away there, and you're like, ooh, I only got one more left.
Let's go down to Brian Jackson on the course.
Yeah, Drew's setting up here. He's probably got about 35 feet here. Straight back up the hill a little bit. He can challenge it. Percent makes low, but he's looking just to drive this around the hole. Maybe catch a look if it gets by. That's good speed, good putt. Talon after that chip really did a good job. Could not get cute with that one and make a big number on this. Almost playing one of the easiest holes on the golf course. So he's got about a 18-footer here. Should just turn a smidge to his left to right. Like you guys said, I love how fast he plays. Puts away. Oh, right in the heart. Great try. And then Mark's got a really good look. This will be as Talon taps in for par. Mark's got a super look. This is inside left. Mark's been going back and forth. As you know, he's over at Hermitage. He was playing with a normal putter. He always goes back to this arm lock just because he feels so much good percent make rate inside 10 feet. This is about 5 feet for birdie. Beautiful birdie. Careful with Mark. When he starts making birdies, he makes bunches. Back to you all in the booth.
Thank you, Brian. No one knows Mark's game better than Brian Jackson right there. Works with him a lot at Hermitage Country Club. And take warning if you're the rest of the field. Mark Lawrence's putter is hot. We are now on the feature hole, number 9, presented by the Jefferson Hotel. And that right there is your defending State Open champ, Larkin Gross, on the tee. Big backswing there as Larkin tries to navigate this 168-yard par 3.
Yeah, Larkin's 2 over on the day, 3 over for the tournament. You know, it's tough to be Larkin after the performance he put on last year, kind of blowing away the field. To back that up is tough.
And he did so with a first round 63. So he does have a 63 under his belt on this course. So maybe we'll see that tomorrow, or maybe he'll turn things around today and get it going. Here we have Adam. Excuse me. This is Colton Rogers.
Yeah, Colton Rogers is one of the best juniors in the state. He had a few college golf coaches out yesterday scouting and watching him play, as I think he'll be a pretty high recruit in Division I golf in a couple of years.
Yeah, lots of college coaches out on the course today. Saw Old Dominion's golf coach. And speaking of Old Dominion, the Old Dominion Group is a national specialty services contractor committed to adding value to every project and partnership when working with contractors, architects, and owners in the public and private sectors. Since getting started in 1981, the Old Dominion Group has been dedicated to service, quality, and safety while making a meaningful impact in local communities. There you see Larkin and Paige Gross, who are now caddying for each other in the 2026 State Opens. Larkin was on the bag of Paige last month, and now Paige is on the bag of Larkin. So fun to see them back out here at Independence Golf Club. And they have experience being together for a big golf tournament. I was with them at Quail Hollow for the PGA Championship a couple years ago, where Paige was his caddy. So,
yeah, pretty cool experience. We're fortunate to have a handful of guys in this field of PGA professionals that have qualified through our section championship and national championship to play in the PGA Championship. Josh Spate, Roop Taylor, Larkin Gross are a few that have made it that far. It's a pretty cool accomplishment to be a working PGA professional and play alongside Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy.
That is no doubt. I remember when I talked to Larkin for the PGA Championship, he had just come off a practice round with, I believe it was Ricky Fowler, and he was just like, I mean, I just had to pinch myself. Like, how cool is it to get to play with the greatest players in the game and some of the biggest names in the sport? While he was at Valhalla, the previous PGA championship, he actually got to play alongside Lucas Herbert in the first round. Lucas Herbert was in the lead to start the day at the Open Championship. So,
yeah, he had a chance to set an all-time major record for men's golf. This is a delicate pitch here for Colton. There's only about 7-8 yards over the edge of this bunker. Short side himself. Luckily, he is back into the wind. Looks like he caught it just a little thin. He probably was making sure to not leave it in that bunker. You'd rather give yourself a 18, 20 footer for par than leave that shot in the bunker. The error there was on the tee shot. You just can't leave yourself that short-sided.
And here's Justin LaRue, one of the hottest players on the golf course. He's 3 under for the day. Gets a 2 under for the tournament. He just sits a few strokes back from the lead.
Yeah, he made 3 in a row. Birdie's at 2, 3, and 4 today. He was in our final group on Sunday last year. So if you watched this coverage last year, you saw a lot of Justin in the final round playing alongside Larkin. So they're familiar with each other. And Justin is a grinder. He works hard on his game. Never takes a day off.
Two-time Big South Golfer of the Year at Longwood. We also saw Longwood's coach out here today. Tons of college coaches looking at the amateurs like Colton Rogers, who you see on your screen right there in the purple. Here's LaRue's birdie putt. Tracking towards the cup and just runs by on the low side.
I love the rhythm of his putting stroke. It is perfectly in tempo. It just looked like he's holding it so light. Tremendous putter.
And that tremendous putter is going to yield a easy tap-in 3 on this 9th hole.
Low stress. Very nice 9 holes there on moving day. 3 under par. 32.
A 32 going out is pretty dang good right there from LaRue. Larkin Gross now for birdie. Runs it by. He gave that one a run for sure.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people struggle with the speed on this putt. Justin had it narrowed in there, but we saw a bunch come up short earlier in the coverage, and now Larkin going past the hole.
Yeah, it's the first time I think we've seen someone go significantly past it.
Yeah. You can kind of see the contour here. Colton's coming down the hill, moving left to right. Just leaves it out there. It's one of those. He probably deserves a bogey based off of the tee shot. You're not really killing yourself there. We didn't make it worse. We didn't do something stupid and make a double, leave it in the bunker. We gave ourselves a look to save par.
Colton won the 2025 VSGA Junior Stroke Play at just 15 years old. Now, a year later, he is gaining some valuable experience playing at the highest level at his state open.
Yeah, good comebacker there. I almost gave him the announcer jinx there. I'm glad he made that.
Confident stroke from Rogers as he prepares to make the turn. Larkin Gross looks to clean up his birdie putt. And he's got help from his caddy and wife, Paige, making sure he's got everything lined up correctly. And that's a 2 over front 9 from our defending champ.
My wife knows nothing about golf. Even if she did, she would be a hard no on coming to help me caddy. I tell you that.
Well, even if you told her she could ride in the golf cart with you?
I'd have to give her a lot of wine.
Okay. Wine and a golf cart. Not a bad combo. We head back to the tee box here on our featured hole, brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Here is our 1:20 p.m. pairing of Austin Smith, Eli Felty, and Nick Brediger. Here is Brediger from Keswick Club. Great split screen shot there by our CGN crew.
Yeah, good shot.
We've watched a lot of Talon Dingledine today. Here is his teammate and roommate from this past year at William and Mary, Eli Felty. Another young buck here in this state open.
Yep, another young, talented AM. Another great shot. Just creps it over the edge of the green there.
Felty is 2 over for the day, 3 over for the tournament. He is going to have a good look at birdie there. Looking for his second birdie of the day after getting a 4 on the par 5 fourth. Now we have Austin Smith. Also 2 over for the day and 3 over for the tournament.
Austin recently got into a Corn Ferry event through a Monday qualifier.
He had a double bogey on this hole yesterday, so he's going to try and fix that today. Let's see if he can get off to a hot start. Finds that right side of the green where there is a runoff. That might be a tricky up and down. We'll see if he can do it after this break.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace shades that get lost or broken. So far, we've racked up over 300,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we can have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide at shadyrays.com.
Shady Rays, a great sponsor of this state open and also providing the aerial coverage of this 9th hole. You can see on the right side of the green right there. That's where we're going to see this chip shot from Austin Smith.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if he gutted to that little strip of short grass or if that ball ended up in the rough. You obviously much rather be in that short grass. Being short-sided, to be a lot easier to control the ball than coming out of this Bermuda rough. It is going to be chasing away from him a little bit, breaking right to left. He'll have a couple options of how he wants to play this.
A couple options, and that might be why you see him have 2 wedges in his right hand.
Yep. You know, sometimes you just don't know how that ball's sitting. What's the lie like? How's the wedge going to cut through the turf? You'll see him make a couple different practice swings here, get a feel for what trajectory he wants to hit this with. Does he want to hit it with a straight face, an open face? So he is in the rough.
So what are the questions you're asking yourself that's going to help you decide if you go with the more lofty wedge or not?
You got to judge the lie. The lie dictates the shot, number one, especially when you're in the rough. If you're in the fairway, it gives you much more options at your disposal, and then you can really kind of hit the shot that you prefer. You know, obviously judging how the ball is going to land and spin. Right now, it's much, how do I think this ball is coming out? It's going to come out with no spin, that I'm going to need loft to stop it, get the ball in the air. If I feel I can get a little spin on it, I can go a little bit lower with the trajectory.
And he didn't like that one. Looks like he might have caught it a little fat.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to go low and almost hit a bump and run into the slope there, into the Bermuda, and just didn't catch it how he wanted to. He had that ball in the back of his stance.
We're going to see Smith here again. He's going to take his time as he kind of reassesses this third shot.
Yeah, you never want to hit a shot back to back. You know, you never want to lose your turn, or or excuse me, you always want to lose your turn. You don't want to be hitting again. So it's important to not rush this. Sometimes it's easy to just rush this. You get frustrated, but get back into your rhythm, get back into your routine, read it how you normally would.
One thing that Austin said he was looking forward to ahead of this event was for how tough the course would play. And he's a big fan of the more difficult courses that play firm and fast. And that one doesn't seem to fall.
He started to walk after it like he thought he made it.
Man, that would have been a great par save. Instead, he'll tap in for his bogey. But hey, that's better than the double bogey that he saw on this hole yesterday. Neither one
We're creeping there.
Yeah, neither.
Not his favorite hole on the golf course.
No, especially for someone that's just 4 over for the tournament. He's lost 3 strokes on this hole alone across 2 days. Here's Eli looking for it to go right, and it does. What a putt there from
first
Felty.
one we've seen. He kind of went over that. He was a little short of the flag high, had to go over a slight ridge, and lined it up perfect.
Great job there by Eli. You're right. That's our first birdie that we've seen while covering this featured hole presented by the Jefferson Hotel. The rising sophomore at William & Mary looks on as he writes down a 2 in his scorecard and gives it a little circle. Here's Brediger for his birdie. And that birdie attempt just runs by, so he's going to clean up his par here. Brediger, a former Radford golfer who ranked 2nd on the team with a 73.55 scoring average during the 2015-2016 season. He is set to make the turn. As you see the split screen here on the left side, we have our featured group on the 5th green. And that is Talon Dingledine, set to hit his putt. We just saw his teammate and roommate from this past year, William & Mary Felty, make a birdie. Can Talon do the same? No, and that's a sarcastic fist bump, as that ball really had no chance.
As a sarcastic person myself, I do enjoy that.
Well, I got fooled on the sarcastic thumbs up earlier on the broadcast, so I'm proud of myself for noticing that one as a sarcastic fist bump. We have the split screen here again. The right side, our featured hole, the 9th.
Yeah, so on the 9th here, you get 4-time State Open champ Jay Woodson, who's 3 under on the day, is up to tied for 3rd, 3 back, as we watch Mark Lawrence putt on 5 for birdie, and that just slides by.
Lawrence was looking for his 3rd birdie in a row. And as Brian said earlier, if that putter gets hot, it gets hot. So might have cooled off there, but still.
But he gave himself a good look, right? We had 10, 12 feet for birdie. Keep giving yourself looks. Can't complain with that as we watch Steve Delmar on the featured hole on number 9.
The head PGA professional at Columbia Country Club. Only the 4th person to hold that role in the club's 125-year history.
Yeah, he took over from the legend Bob Dolan, who had been there forever. Big shoes to fill. And then last up in this group will be Billy Hoffman.
Hustling onto the tee box. He must have had a club change at the very end.
Yeah, the wind might be playing with him. You know, Brian had talked about it. It died down a little bit, and you could see it pick back up, though, sometimes. You know, right after the storm cell comes through, it might die down a little bit.
Here we have 9 on the full screen now, as Hoffman hits that iron that he just switched out from his bag. And that ball is short right. We'll have to see where it ended up. This is the Sea Pines Resort segment for the following hour. Welcome to the Sea Pines Resort, where legendary golf, world-class accommodations, and exceptional amenities come together on the iconic shores of Hilton Head Island. South Carolina, Sea Pines, one of the premier resorts on the East Coast. It's windy at Sea Pines right now, I can guarantee you that. It's getting a little more windy here. You see that flag flying?
Flag's picking back up again.
And as the players head to the 9th green, we're going to head to break.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. Three incredible courses, one unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Back out to the 9th, where we have a ball in the bunker. That was Hoffman, as he's going to have what will be the first bunker shot we've seen on this hole since we've covered it. And did it catch the upslope? I'm not so sure. It is short-sided, so what are the difficulties that this shot will present, Mike?
Well, the nice part is after the rain, bunkers get packed down, and it makes it a lot easier to get spin out of the bunkers. So that is one of the benefits. Players love wet bunkers. That looks like it's a semi, kind of maybe just came out of its pitch mark. I don't think any player in this group hit the green. Two in the bunkers, one up towards the lip and one more down on the flat.
Okay.
The more that you're on the upslope, the easier it is, short-sided, to get that ball launched up in the air so it comes down soft. Obviously, being on the flat, you're not going to be able to get as much loft on the ball as we watched Steve set up, who came up short.
So pick your poison, short or in the bunker. We're going to figure out what's the preferred method.
The difficulty of these three shots starts here. Then the ball that's on the flat gets a little bit easier, and the balls on the upslope is probably the easiest of the three.
Delmar chips it up and over the bunker and plays it safe by going long of the pin.
Yeah, kind of like we saw with Colton. Just didn't want to mess with that that lip. Get it over. Let's try to make the putt.
Take your medicine, and you're going to give yourself a chance at par. Let's go to Hoffman in the bunker. Looks like he caught that one pretty thin. Spins back a little bit, but...
Yeah, I got a little spin on it, but just got a little too shallow. When the bunkers get a little firmer, you want to get just a little steeper so you know you can get underneath it.
Definitely less of a splash of sand that you see when these bunkers are wet. We got about 30 minutes or so of rain, heavy rain, during the weather delay. We were paused for about an hour due to lightning. Now the players back out on the course. Play resumed at 4:15.
So tough stance, tough lie here. He's just trying to stick this club into the back of the ball. Jay is. Pop it out. Luckily, because he was on such a severe upslope, it did kind of hold up as it came running out. It had a little bit more loft on it than you would typically see out of a plugged lie. And that's a really good effort there. 4 feet from that severe plugged upslope lie.
That's what you expect to see out of a 4-time State Open champion, right? You see, he finds his trouble, but he's able to get out of it quickly.
Yeah, I've watched it a bunch. Jay's one of my best friends in this world, and I've played a lot of golf with him, and it's annoying at times how good he is. But yeah, he has quite the record. He's getting inducted into the Virginia Golf Hall of Fame later this year, and was recently inducted into the JMU Hall of Fame for his time as a golfer there on the squad.
Does that make you a Hall of Fame friend?
Sure. I'll take credit. I'll ride the coattails.
All right. Hall of Fame friend, Mike Maroney.
We'll enjoy celebrating him in October.
I'm sure you will. No doubt about that. And he's going to celebrate making par here if he's able to. But first, we have Steve Delmar. Excuse me, that'll be Billy Hoffman, who is looking to go up and down from the sand.
I'd be curious to see what he hit off the tee. You know, we saw him change clothes and come running back. I wonder if he misclubbed himself and came up short, or he mishit it because of some indecision there of not being sure.
Yeah,
you know, he watched two other players come up short before, so he might have had a little indecision and wasn't totally confident in the iron that he had in his hand on the tee box there.
He'll mark his ball before his bogey attempt. Now we have Billy Hoffman, 45-year-old out of Bethesda, Maryland. That one will run by the cup, taps in for his bogey. This ninth hole showing its teeth.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially where this whole location is. There's really not many good places to miss the green.
Delmar makes his bogey. That's his first bogey of the day. He was 2 under today up to this point and 2 under for the tournament. But that will have him drop back to 1 under in a tie for 11th.
Jay had a bunch of these yesterday. He didn't strike it great, shot even, made a bunch of 4, 5, 6 footers for par. Missed saved opportunity there. That one's going to bother him.
And that's going to be 4 bogeys out of that group. Just 5 groups behind them on the golf course. So everyone we're going to see for the next hour or so on the broadcast is going to be somewhat near that lead. We have word from our on-course reporter, Brian Jackson, that it is gusty and windy out on the course. The wind had died down for a little bit after that weather delay, and now it seems to be picking back up, kind of just playing tricks on these players out on the course.
Yeah, there's a lot of big, tall pine trees here at Independence. While a lot of the corridors are wide, it can swirl in them a little bit as we watch Young Ju here on the featured hole. He didn't love it, pulled it, but on the dance floor. We haven't seen many of that here in these last handful of groups.
No, this is definitely a hole where the wind plays a big factor. You can kind of see the clubhouse in the background from this shot, and that's where the wind is coming from. It's coming down off the clubhouse in your face, a little bit crossing.
John Moles, River Bend Club.
He shot an opening around 70 yesterday. Currently stands 3 over for the day and for the tournament. He's also going to have a lengthy putt. Hunter Brown is next to play out of Birdwood Golf Course. PGA professional, just like yourself, Mike.
Yeah, I know Hunter well. He's a director of instruction up there. Very smart mind in the instruction world. Deals with a bunch of back issues. So I'm curious to see how the rain delay affected him.
He didn't love that one at all. Watching it in disgust as it looks like it comes up short and most likely found the bunker. We'll have to see where it ended up as they head back to their cart. You're saying that he has some back issues. Is that weather delay going to help him because of the time off, or is it going to hurt?
I would think it would hurt him. I've played with Hunter as a partner in some events, and it takes him a while to get his body going. So coming in out of the heat, sitting in the AC, and then only having 10 minutes to warm up, I'm sure he wasn't loving that.
Let's go to our split screen here. Our featured group on the left on hole 6. That's Talon Dingledine there.
Leaving the flagstick in.
Tell us about this 6th hole a little, Mike.
Yeah, it's a very easy, accessible hole location today. It's a driver wedge for most of these guys. There is a little backstop that guys can use. You saw Talon must have pulled his wedge shot and had a downhiller left to right that had a decent amount of slope to it.
Mark Lawrence has a birdie putt coming up on that 6th hole. Definitely a part of the course where you want to take advantage. The front 9 tends to play a little easier than the back 9. Primary reason for that is holes 3, 4, 5, and 6 tend to be a little more scoreable.
Yeah, because 7, 8, and 9 are a tough stretch on this golf course.
There's already been 29 birdies here on this 6th hole, which you're looking at on the left side of your screen.
And it's playing a little harder than it did last year. It's actually the 8th hardest hole, the 6th hole on the left side of the screen so far in this tournament, which is a little bit tougher than we typically see.
Yeah, it leads the front 9 with 20 double bogeys. So what does that tell you, Mike, knowing that a hole that can play easy and has yielded 29 birdies can also tend to some higher numbers?
Yeah, it tells me that a lot of the guys are misjudging wedge shots into the green because of that wind, if it's gusty, because it's a pretty uphill shot. A lot of these shots here at Independence are usually pretty flat. So some guys are either misjudging the distance, misjudging the wind. You can leave yourself in some precarious spots around this green, especially for yesterday's hole location. It played pretty hard as we watched Hunter Brown over there hit a tremendous pitch on the right side of the Jefferson Hotel featured hole number 9. He was well short of the green.
So 6 on your left, playing as the 8th most difficult hole on the course. 9 on your right, playing as the 6th most difficult. So 8th most difficult on the left and 6th most on the right as Drew Brockwell makes his putt there.
Nice par save. He didn't love that putt from off the green. Put a little extra pressure, but 6 holes down, 6 pars.
When you shoot a 6 under 64 first round, it kind of makes parring the first 6 holes the next day a little more acceptable.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, there's this funny thing in golf. It's really hard to put low rounds back to back. It's very rare that you see someone get hot 2 straight days. It doesn't mean they'll play poorly the second day. They may just not make as many birdies, especially when you're talking he made 5 in a row.
And after Talon Dingledine taps in, that opens the floor for Lawrence.
Another short look for birdie here to tie for the lead.
So he already has 2 birdies on the day. He birdied the 3rd, he birdied the 4th, and he missed a fairly short putt on the 5th for birdie. Let's see if he can get number 3 and get 1 shot back from the leader, Brockwell. And he rolls it in. That actually ties him for the lead. He now is at 6 under par for the tournament, 3 under for the day. We have a tie at the top between Drew Brockwell and Mark Lawrence in our featured group. Exciting action here at Independence Golf Club, and we'll be following it for the rest of the day. Just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon here as we're back on the 9th hole. It's going to be a little dicey if these players can get in all 18, but should be able to. It might be getting a little dark towards the end, but a 1-hour weather delay kind of ran up the 1-hour cushion that the Virginia State Golf Association and Middle Atlantic PGA gave Speaking of the weather here in Richmond, we have Richmond, something special for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Unplug with family or friends in Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Go to visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. Back out to the 9th here.
John Moles looking to clean this up. Came out of that. You could see it early. He came up out of his posture, left the club face open.
Not the first to leave it on the low side on this 9th hole. It's showing to be a very tricky pin location. Just 9 feet off that bunker that you can kind of see on the left side.
This is for a great up and down for Hunter. He'll take that one and run to 10 after that tee shot.
No doubt, especially.
Well, he might not be running with his back, but
yeah,
he'll drive his cart as fast as possible.
Yeah, bending down a little slowly there, but definitely a sigh of relief coming out of his breath. We haven't seen many pars on this hole since we've come out of the weather delay, but an up and down par there, certainly well done from Hunter Brown. Head back to the tee box now. Kyle Fuller, Reeve Fellner, and Nate Faulkner in this pairing. Here is Fellner out of Westwood Country Club. He's a Vienna native and 2024 Belmont graduate. Playing this 168-yard par 3. Ball is in the air. He's watching it very intently. It finds the putting surface, though.
He is a par machine. He is even par for the tournament. 1 birdie, 1 bogey so far in almost 27 holes of golf.
That's going to get you well inside the cut. Something interesting that we'll be following all day is that cut line. It's currently around 5 over, 6 over. So as players get closer to their finish, we'll be sure to keep you updated on who makes it, who doesn't, and what that cut line's at.
We got top 60 in ties right now. That is T54 plus 6 as we watch Kyle Fuller from the Country Club of Virginia here. Another PGA professional who deals with some injuries on occasion. Kyle has a wrist injury. I played with him in an event last year that he had a WD because he lost feeling in his left forearm with his wrist issue. So when he's feeling well, he's probably one of the longest in our field this weekend.
Well, that was a great shot there. Coming off a bogey on the previous hole, he's going to try and get back to under par for the day, currently at even. Smooth swing there.
Yeah, great golf shot.
All right, 3 balls on the green. Well done.
You were asking for it. You got it.
We are going to head to break. Just a couple more groups to play this featured hole 9th. Let's hear a message from Sea Pines.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. 3 incredible courses, 1 unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Back out to our featured group. Here is Mark Lawrence, who has been on a bit of a roll, birding 3 of his last 4 holes and currently tied for the lead.
Yeah, the 7th hole is another great par 3. Probably the easiest hole location. It is tucked a little bit on the left. It's playing 205 today, but there is a pretty big backstop with the back tier that he can use to hold this ball. This flag is in an area where I watched a lot of shots end up yesterday.
Brian Jackson said when Lawrence gets hot, he stays hot. He's going to try and do that here on the 7th hole. Comes up just short of the green. Might be a tricky up and down there.
Won't have a ton of green to work with, but he will be pitching back up into an upslope.
Back to our split screen. We have the 7th hole on the left and our featured hole, the 9th, on the right. As you see Brockwell with 2 clubs making a decision. He has made that decision. Now we await his tee shot on this par 3. You're looking right now at the 2 par 3s on the front 9. The 7th hole and the 9th hole. Is there one that's more difficult than the other, Mike?
You know, it's funny. I'm looking at the course statistics right now. The 7th is playing as the 5th hardest hole, and the 9th hole is playing as the 6th hardest hole in the championship so far.
Sounds like a couple 3s on these 2 holes will have you gaining strokes on the field. That ball comes up
just short,
pin high, so gonna be a fair chance at making a 3 for Drew. Now our final member of this featured group, Talon Dingledine. He is 1 over for the day. That puts him at 2 under for the tournament. Currently T5 and 4 strokes back from his 2 playing partners. He plays fast, like we've said all day, and might have played too fast there as he has the 1-hand finish. But it is on the green. Wow, that's going to be a great look at birdie. I underestimate these guys sometimes. I see the one-handed finish. I think, oh, this can't be a good shot. And next thing you know,
well,
puts it to 10 feet.
Hideki Matsuyama, he one-hands them all, and they're all 10 feet from the flag. So
that was a Hideki Matsuyama-like shot there from Talon. Now back out to the 9th.
We haven't seen anyone putt from this angle. He's past the hole. This is Kyle Fuller, past the hole. Going to be downhill right to left. Tracking. Oh.
Looks like it just caught the lip.
Really good effort from Kyle.
Welcome to Sea Pines Resort, where legendary golf, world-class accommodations, and exceptional amenities come together on the iconic shores of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Sea Pines, our sponsor for the next hour, as we're here on the 9th hole, presented by the Jefferson Hotel.
This is probably the best look at birdie we've seen today on 9. Should be just outside the hole left.
Nate Faulkner there just rolls that putt by. He'll finish up. So we are back to our split screen. 7th hole on your left with our featured group. Just a couple more groups out here on this front 9. Reeve Fellner next to putt on 9. As that one runs by.
Looks like Mark's going to chip this. Go with the wedge versus the putter on number 7 on the left.
Mark jumped into a tie for the lead after his birdie on the last hole. Can this one go? Wow. Just a couple paces away from his 4th birdie of the day. He will be able to tap for par and keep that share of the lead, at least for now, as Drew Brockwell will have a look at birdie himself. Brockwell slept with the overnight lead after shooting an opening round 64. So this is the first time he's had anyone joining him up top in quite a while.
He's not surprised. He knows Mark's a good player. He knew Mark was going to come out. And you see now here the options players can have in this short grass. Drew feels more comfortable putting it from the fringe. Bobbled a little bit. Do you have enough speed on it? Oh.
Great speed, just didn't drop in there. 2 good looks for birdie from our 2 leaders, especially at a hole as tough as 7. One of the tougher holes on the course and certainly one of the toughest par 3s. Yes. Drew and Mark share a laugh with each other as they walk by. You can be a little looser out on the golf course when you're playing well. 6 under for the tournament through now 24 holes isn't too bad. Talon Dingledine is trying to catch up to him. He's at 2 under par for the tournament. Has a birdie look there, and he jars it. Great job there by Dingledine as he gets back to even par for the day and 3 back for the tournament. Lawrence cleans up his par, and they will head to the 8th. Some exciting action here from our featured group. Mark Lawrence and Drew Brockwell at 6 under, Talon Dingledine at 3 under, and we head back to the featured hole presented by the Jefferson Hotel.
This is Mikey Moyers, who is cousins with Jay Woodson. Mikey is now on the PGA professional side down at Cedar Point.
Moyer is a past VSGA mid-amateur champion who now, as Mike said, works at Cedar Point. He was the 2009 VSGA Junior Boys Golfer of the Year and the first player to win 3 VSGA Junior Match Play titles. So he is very familiar with championships by this golf association.
Mikey turned pro after college, then got his amateur status back, and is now back on the PGA professional side. So a few different avenues Mikey has played in his career competitively. This is George Duongmani, a graduate of UVA, played on that team. They've had an outstanding team in the last handful of years.
George Duongmani has quite the resume for golf in the state of Virginia. He finished 15th at the NCAA championship a couple years ago, helping the Cavaliers reach match play.
Played in last year's U.S. Open at Oakmont.
Finds the green there, at least for the time being, but it rolls off the right side. Man, that looked like it was going to stay, but that course must be firming up as it looks like.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that false front there. It's pretty steep.
That's the risk that you take on when you try and go over that bunker.
Yep.
Really fun pin location here by the VSGA and MAPGA, tucking it just past the bunker. If you go for it, you're taking on the risk. George just learned that first hand. Now we have Scott Shingler, amateur out of Dominion Valley Country Club.
Scott was in a lot of our coverage last year. Very accomplished mid-am and senior AM player. Played in 17 USGA events.
Wow.
That is getting it done in a lot of qualifiers for a lot of years.
So we haven't heard anything, but we're getting word in the production room that there could be an air horn at any moment now, which would signal another weather delay. Lightning is in the area, and if it reaches a certain range, then we'll have to pause for a certain time. But for now, we're going to keep going on and bring you coverage until we have it. And thanks to Richmond LSV for allowing us to use their cart this week. Richmond LSV is one of the premier Bentelli retailers in the Richmond area. Look at that sweet whip there that our camera crew is getting to rock around the property, helping us bring you the shots that they provide. And we are very grateful to Richmond LSV for letting us borrow their cart. And speaking of a golf cart, we have the third to last group now approaching the 9th green. Just a few more groups to go on this front stretch. And as we mentioned, it is the second round, so there will be a cut today. Low 60 and ties will remain to play the final round tomorrow. Mike, what's that cut looking like?
Right now, it's still holding firm at +6. We currently have 66 guys at +6 or better. There is a log jam at 6 over. So that could easily move.
Lots of players still out on the course.
That was normally the number I was looking at when I played in these. I was never looking at what the leader is at. I was always looking at what's that cut line.
Yeah. And you made a few cuts here at the State Open.
I was like the bubble boy.
The bubble boy.
If you want to know where I was, you just find the cut line. I'm either one better or one worse. That was where I was.
Hey, you make the cut, and you're coming home with the check. The bubble boy, Mike Maroney. That's a great quote there. And I can promise you, you are not the only one who is looking at that cut line today and has looked at it over the years here at the State Open. We'll continue to monitor it as we have a weather update from Brian.
Yeah, we're here on the 8th hole. Leaders are teeing off right now. Storms are starting to roll in. Winds picking up, definitely. We're hearing some rumbles coming in, but trying to get as many holes as we can in before dark so these guys don't have to come back. Beautiful drive over that was awesome ball by Drew over that bunker. But yeah, we're definitely feeling it out here. Winds picking up, thunders in the distance, but back to you guys.
Thanks, Brian. God, you can hear how windy it is out there on the golf course. Just really facing all the conditions today. It's been sunny at times, cloudy at others. It's super windy now. We opened this resumption after the weather delay saying there was no wind at all. So players having to adjust in real time.
Yeah, I was worried when that wind started to pick back up if that meant there was more storms coming. Typically, that's what's going to happen. And when that wind picks up, it means something's getting ready to whip through. You'd almost rather be laying down. It means the atmosphere is pretty quiet. As we look at Mikey Moritz here lining up his birdie on 9. You know, and the weather plays a big factor, right? It's an outdoor sport. You got to be prepared. You got to play in all this different conditions. Why practice rounds are important and paying attention to what the wind is doing in the practice round and how it may shift. A lot of players will look at the weather report the night before on what that wind's going to be for the next day, just to help them, especially for holes that they might be thinking driver or 3-wood. The wind could play a factor in helping determine what club they need to hit.
That broomstick putter that we also see from Talon Dingledine. Yeah, he came out of that one pretty quickly. However, it was a good speed. And
great putt.
Yeah, it came down at the very end. He read it well and gives himself a tap in for his par. That broomstick is always funny looking to me. It's a very long putter, almost as long as the flag stick that he's got in his other hand.
You can see him looking at the sky. Some of these players are going to be looking at the sky. What's going on? Are they going to blow it? If there's a rules official nearby, they might be asking them. Like, okay, let's finish this hole real fast and then get us so we're on the 10th tee box where we can put a peg at the ground for the restart whenever we get back out there. If they do blow it, some of those thoughts do cross your mind when you're out there. Yep, and they have just blown it. You saw Scott and George marking their golf balls there. So we are back into another weather delay. This is when it gets really frustrating for everyone, especially Josh Coates and Bob Hines with the VSGA and MAPGA, but also the players. It's just hard to get in a rhythm with the start, stop. I haven't looked at the radar, so I don't know how long this could be. And what the cell is like. Hopefully it's another quick one and we can get back out there now we have some daylight.
So we have word that whenever there is a lightning strike within that bubble, it's at least 30 minutes from the most recent strike. So we know that it's going to be at least 30 minutes until we are back out on the golf course. We're going to give you updates as we have them in real time. But for now, we have a weather delay for the second time. So let's head to break.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. Three incredible courses, one unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Back here at Independence Golf Club in our second weather delay of the second round. Our camera crew is heading back in. Great shot there of the flags waving with this wind that has now come in. Independence Golf Club, very patriotic property.
Especially for 250 years.
Yeah. It's a great time to be Independence Golf Club with
it is.
The 250th birthday of America. It's in the logo with the feathered pen that was used to sign the Declaration of Independence. There's American flags everywhere, red, white, and blue everywhere. I copped a polo from the Independence Golf Club Pro Shop earlier today, and it's got their logo on it, the American flag with the 13 colonies, 13 stars, and then that feathered pen used to sign the Declaration of Independence.
I believe they call that the quill.
The quill. That's what the pen is called.
Yeah.
I've been wondering that all day, so I should have just asked you.
I could have just made that up, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take your word for it, and I'm not even gonna look it up. I'm just gonna trust you. The quill was used to sign the Declaration of Independence, and it is on every piece of merch from Independence Golf Club. Hey, you learn something new every day. Let's head in with this weather delay and take a quick break, and we will update you as soon as we have the latest from the VSGA and MAPGA.
Yeah, but Mark was making birdies. Drew hadn't really had it tonight. Didn't make a putt yet. Yeah. But he's made some 7-footers for par. I know, it's good golf. It's good golf. If we can get this thing going, well, we can get some birdies in, but we'll see. No, hey, like I told you, I said, whatever. Play good golf. You know, everybody plays good golf.
And Luca's currently got a 2-shot lead on the low amateur competition. So this would be a big one here. Give him some breathing room coming down 18.
Great roll by Rinaldi. So after hitting his tee shot right, makes a birdie here on 17.
Yeah, played smart, executed that second shot.
How about that confident stroke here down the stretch of the round?
Those feel nice. You read it perfectly. You hit a solid putt, hugs the line, center cut.
Gross to clean it up for par. Confident stroke there, and he does. One hole left to play. And Larkin Gross just continues to impress. 3 under par on his round today. Nice roll for Justin LaRue from just off the green. We'll take a look at aerial footage of hole 18. That aerial footage brought to you by Estes, North America's largest privately owned freight carrier, proudly keeping business moving across Virginia and beyond. Tough finishing hole here, Mike. And of course, Larkin Gross, dominating performance today at 16 under, but has it all pretty much wrapped up here. But this has been one of the more challenging holes all week long for players here. And you heard about the wind. Bobby told us the wind changing directions multiple times on 18 already today.
Yeah, it's the hardest hole in the golf tournament for the whole weekend. It can swirl a lot. It's a very exposed green, and that wind can swirl up there on an uphill shot.
Let's get more in depth on hole 18. Bobby Goldstein is on 18 right now.
It's Bobby on 18 green. This second to last group, there is not a single ball yet on the green. The wind has picked up and it's blowing downhill, but still 2 players have already hit their approach shots, so there is yet to be a ball on the green. Looks like the last player in this group is Rob Kinder. He seems to be hitting now, and it looks like he's got like an 8 iron or 9 iron in his bag, out of his bag, excuse me, in his hands. The wind is picking up to at least 20 miles an hour now, and it's blowing right at the player's back. This shot looks like it's right on line. It looks really good, and it stuck pretty good, but good distance. He's about 25 feet above the hole, putting for birdie. As they approach the 18th green, back to you guys.
Thanks, Bobby. And great shot in there from Rob Kinder on his approach shot. We go back to 18T. With Larkin Gross, who...
Yeah, it helps that this hole is downwind. It's, 470 from back here, converted former 11th, back of the 11th tee box, now the back tee on 18. Pretty generous fairway. Still need a solid strike because it's all uphill and it's long, but being downwind does help today. Just send it.
And that he does. Staring it down, though, for a moment.
Yeah, lost it a little right. That rough can be thick down there.
Luca Rinaldi next to play here on 18T. Good swing for Rinaldi, who, as Mike just mentioned, the low amateur in the field right now.
Yep, we got a 3-shot lead on low amateur coming up 18 here.
Well, what an exciting future Rinaldi has in his golf career coming. Only 17 years old. Here's LaRue.
Justin looking for birdie to tie Charlie Hansen, who's in the house at 9 under. And, you know, for these mini tour guys, it's not a glamorous lifestyle.
Yeah.
So, you know, a couple $100 more will help.
Yeah,
It's
no doubt.
Help the travel expenses, the lodging. It's a grind for these guys. So every little dollar is going to help.
Hey, Justin LaRue played his college golf at Longwood out of the Big South Conference Division I over in Farmville, Virginia. With a nice tee shot here on 18.
Looks like Connor Burgess got in for in the last 4 holes to get to 9 under.
And Burgess finishes up with a 65. Charlie Hansen, we might just mention, with a 64 here in round 3. Got 3 shots better every day. Even par 70 on round 1, then 67. Follows it up with a 64 today. Seen a couple of 63s from players, including Larkin Gross, back on Friday. Sorreo from just in front of the green with a nice shot.
Yeah, good bunker shot there. Pretty well below the surface.
This is the second to last group with Steve Sorreo, Ross Funderburk, and Rob Kinder.
He's going to come down a little ledge here.
This is Funderburk here. Backside of the green on 18.
Man, surprised how slow that was coming down. I thought that would be a little faster coming down that ridge.
He had the line just right. Comes up about a foot short. And Funderburk will finish out here on 18. And taps that in for, I believe, a 1 under par 69 today. Solid finish for Ross Funderburk.
6 under for the tournament.
Here's Rob Kinder. Slippery little putt here coming.
Yeah, Rob missed the green short right.
Knocks it in to save par.
Great par save.
Finishes out with an excellent up and down. And Kinder, a little bit of struggles today. Finishes at +3 today, shooting 73. Had a 64 on Friday's round. And great roll there by Sorreo to get up and down from short of the green. He had an excellent tournament as well. Sorreo makes that putt for a 1 over 71 and finishes 4 under par for the tournament, currently inside the top 10. And Soreo, what a great week of golf for Steve Soreo as well.
Yeah, top 10 was one of his goals, and coming into the week, and he achieved it.
Right rough, Larkin Gross here on 18.
Looks like a juicy lie. Ooh, very. Looks like he's still a good 50 yards short of the green in the rough. Hopefully you can see a lot of the golf ball, but yeah, that ball was sitting down for his second shot.
Rinaldi from the middle of the fairway. A bunker for Luca Rinaldi. Justin LaRue. Long drive of the 3 here on 18. Found the right side of this fairway.
Yeah, he's probably looking to turn this over slightly. Start at the middle of the green, turn it over. Should help kind of feed down towards this hole location. I always want to finish strong with a nice good golf swing here.
Yeah, Justin LaRue, mini tour player, as Mike mentioned, from the Foundry Golf Club. Eyeing this one down.
A little bit, yeah, center of the green.
Good shot. A birdie here for LaRue would put him in a 3-way tie at 9 under par. In a tie for second. Currently sitting in 4th at 8 under. We had Charlie Hansen and Connor Burgess each at 9 under par. Great rounds today. Here's the 3rd shot upcoming for Larkin Gross. He's going to walk and take a look at this here. Just as you mentioned, that second shot sitting down in that deep rough.
Yeah, luckily on this shot here, he's got a lot of green to work with. Probably try to land it right where he's walking right now. And let it chase on back.
Great crowd, great gallery to watch the final group finish up here.
The other thing that helps this shot is the 7-stroke lead he currently has.
Yeah, no doubt.
He could use putter from here and still get it done. But you always want to finish strong. He wants to get this up and down. You don't want to finish with a bogey.
Good crowd on hand all weekend long in the gallery to watch this final group close things out here on the 18th at Independence Golf Club. Course that just opened back in 01. 3rd shot from the rough for Gross. Oh, great.
Yeah, well
shot,
judged.
well played by Larkin Gross. He'll have that to try and save par and officially close things out in this 2025 State Open of Virginia. Let's take a second look. 3rd shot out of the rough for Gross.
Yeah, it was nice. You could see all the golf ball. See, look at the club on the back of the ball. Pretty easy there.
Now we'll go greenside bunker, Luca Rinaldi.
I got the buck for you.
Some of those bunker shots are tough when you have that much green to work with. You're just not used to, really hitting those big, long, chunking runs.
Yep.
can be hard to get it all the way back there.
We mentioned last 4 years, State Open's been held here at Independence Golf Club. No one has broken 200 on a 3-day total on this course. Larkin Gross has that in the bag. If he can make his par putt, would shoot 67 today for a 3-day total of 194. Justin LaRue is away. He'll putt first. And we'll go back to Bobby Goldstein here on 18 green.
It's Bobby on 18 watching Larkin Gross get ready for his par putt. Even though he's got a huge lead, I know he's such a super competitor. He really wants to make it. Don't know what happened on his approach shot, but he's got about a 10-foot straight as an arrow putt, a little bit downhill. I think he's going to close out in fashion and walk this one in. Back to you guys.
I certainly wouldn't doubt it, Bobby. We've seen him run putts in all weekend long. And here is Luca Rinaldi. Got a commanding lead as the low amateur gives it a good go here on 18. What an excellent showing, Mike, for Rinaldi.
Yeah, you got to take a lot from this weekend.
Yeah.
Fought some adversity.
How bright is this kid's future, too? Wow.
Hung in there with the big guys. Yeah, a lot to learn from, a lot to take, a lot of positives.
Larkin Gross. Rounds of 63, 64 the first 2 days. This for par and a 67. You betcha. Your 2025 State Open of Virginia champion. And a 3-day total of 194 cashes in. 16 under par for Larkin Gross.
That was fitting. How fitting was that? Just make another one while you're at it.
Bobby Goldstein called it. I think he's going to walk this one in. How about the hugs from his father, who's been on the bag all weekend long? What a week of golf. We talk about the second place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week, and he says, I want to be the buzzsaw entering this weekend. No blemish at all.
Yeah, I did what he said. Only one person has beaten him this week. It's pretty good.
Congratulations to Larkin Gross out of Westwood Country Club. Your 2025 State Open of Virginia champion. Lowest 3-day total when we look back over the course of the last 4 years of this tournament being hosted here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, tremendous performance. I mean, blew away the field. He was, like you were right, he was that buzzsaw. And this is one he has circled on his calendar every year. And to get it done is a good feeling. He's off to a hell of a start this year. You know, played well at the National PGA Professional Championship, made it to Quail Hollow, comes in second at the Maryland Open, wins here. I'm sure he's got a few more circled on the calendar the rest of the year. But, you know, we talked about the money being important for the mini tour guys. It's important for him too. He's a club professional.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's big. I'm sure he's got a lot of support back home at Westwood Country Club. A lot of members hopefully tuning in and watching. And yeah, just a special performance from a great player.
It's a guy that has played and qualified in multiple PGA championships, has played at the highest of stages, and was on a big stage today in the State Open. And gets it done, just runs away from the rest of the tournament field. What a 3-day performance for Larkin Gross. One of the best back nines I've seen in a long time, a 29 yesterday with 6 birdies and 3 pars. And today, the bogey at 7 and 8, and then just able to flip the script and put it in a whole nother gear. I think that is one thing that stood out to me about Larkin's game over the weekend, Mike, is just the ability to flip the script. Just when you think things might go south for a lot of players, he doesn't hesitate.
Yeah, he never seemed rattled. Again, there wasn't many bad swings, but even when he did have a couple, he righted the ship pretty fast. Finishes at 16 under, 12 under on the back nine this week. That's some golf right there.
For Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, Bobby Goldstein, who's been on course with us all weekend long. We appreciate you tuning in on Championship Golf Network's multi-round coverage of this year's State Open of Virginia, rounds 2 and 3, and they delivered. Larkin Gross, 16 under par, is your champion this year as we take a look at the final leaderboard here of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. How about Charlie Hansen firing a 64 today to put himself in a tie for second with Connor Burgess, who shot 65 at 9 under par, got hot late yesterday. Justin LaRue, 68 today. He finishes in fourth. Of course, Mark Lawrence, a 67. And the low amateur, Luca Rinaldi, at 17 years old, shot 72 today after 67 and 65 rounds on Friday and Saturday. Well, folks, to win the State Open of Virginia is to stand among the best, pros and amateurs alike. And for these three players, it remains the ultimate test, the greatest validation, and a lasting highlight on their golfing resumes.
It's the biggest tournament in the state. So if a local pro wins it, or somebody comes in off the tour like I did, or an amateur wins it like Evan Beck won it a couple years ago and stuff, it's just the number one tournament. I mean, you're actually the number one golfer in the state of Virginia if you win this tournament.
I viewed it as winner's the best player in Virginia that year. It's a stroke play tournament. First time I won it was 4 rounds. Everyone's kind of has been playing and building up to it, and everyone seems to be, at least I viewed it as, in peak form. So you're playing against the best players in the state at their best.
To this date, it's the biggest golf achievement that I've had, and probably wasn't on anybody's radar, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But it gives you a lot of confidence. I'm exempt for life, assuming I don't turn pro, and so that gives me plenty of other chances. I'd like to, focus now is to try and win a second. So, you got a bunch of pretty good names on this, like Bobby. I think Lanny Watkins as well on there, and so if you can put yourself amongst those names, yeah, it's pretty cool.
The pros could play, the amateurs could play. So if you finished in the top 10 there, that actually meant that you were probably in the top 10 in the state as one of the best players.
Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views.
Welcome back to round 2 coverage of the State Open of Virginia. As you can see, we are currently in a weather delay. However, we do have a quick update for you, Mike.
Yeah, they're getting the players back on the driving range now at 6:30, and kind of like we had before, about 10 minutes of warm-up, 5 minutes of travel time out to their holes, and then hopefully aiming for a 6:45 restart, and then basically play until dark. Get as much golf in as we can today, so we have less to make up tomorrow morning, because tomorrow we will have to make the cut and repair for the final round.
Still got round 2 to finish up, and then the final round as well tomorrow. However, championship week officially began with the State Open Pro-Am, where competition took a backseat to community and giving back. Through the Championship Pro-Am, the VSGA, MAPGA, and Virginians for Veterans are making a difference for those who have served our country.
Military is a theme across Virginia in so many ways, with the military community that we have.
It's a pillar of what PGA Hope stands for, which the MAPGA administers day in and day out, helping our patriots everywhere. In recent years, the VSGA, as part of our strategic plan, really made our military golf community a priority. So military is really important to both of the organizations that run this event. Then when you start to look at the Pro-Am and bringing in V4V, it all just ties together nicely. That we're able to support golf, support the military, and V4V, which does so much for the military community.
You're here today because you've played a role in the success of the State Opens of Virginia. We want to thank you for your support. In addition, I'm happy to share that all proceeds from today's Pro-Am will be shared between the Open Championships and Virginians for Veterans.
Today is really a celebration of the State Open, but also the work that V4V does throughout the year to support military, veterans, and organizations. So the folks that are out here playing today love golf. They have an affinity for the State Open, but also they really have an affinity for V4V and know that today's event we're going to be able to give $20,000 in support of their mission.
I am a member of the board of Virginians for Veterans, and we are a 15-year-old charity that supports Virginians that are in or were in the military. I served in the Virginia National Guard for 12 years in the 70s.
You know, it's just about giving back to the veterans and everything they do. They sacrifice so much and they just don't get enough in return. So we're here to try to help with that. We try to raise all we can and pass it through. So having a relationship with this tournament just helps us have more funds to push over to the veterans and the veteran causes. So we really appreciate our relationship with the Virginia State Open, and it's a great tournament and great cause.
We've helped with housing. We had one fellow whose house burned down here in Richmond, and we were able to support him while he found new digs, so to speak.
Because gentlemen like Stephen right there have put it all on the line for us, and we need to do something for them.
Done a lot of stuff. Very scary sometimes, but very awesome. For defending the red, white, and blue.
They're the reason we're here. They're the reason this country's free. We're happy to help support the State Open and hope that this partnership lasts a long time.
Just a lot of great stuff going on around the State Open at Virginia, the MAPGA, and the VSGA. We appreciate everyone involved in this championship. As you can see, players are back out on the driving range, hitting balls for roughly 10 minutes or so before heading to their carts and back out to the golf course, picking up where they left off about 1 hour ago before the second air horn of the day signaled our second weather delay. Let's do a quick leaderboard update. Mike, catch us up on all the action that's happened so far in this second round.
Yeah, so we still got Drew Brockwell atop the leaderboard. He's played pretty solid, just a lot of comfy pars, 7 straight pars, even par on the day. He has been caught by Mark Lawrence, who is 3 under on his round through 7. When we get back on the golf course, they'll be in the 8th fairway when we resume. But Mark birdied holes 3, 4, and 6 and missed a good opportunity on 5. Easily could have been 4 in a row. He's hitting his wedges well. But when we get back out there, he's going to be hitting from the mulch off the right side of the 8th fairway, I believe. So that'll be an interesting shot as we get back here after this weather delay. And then behind them at the top of the leaderboard, Justin LaRue at 4 under, 5 under today. And this is almost like a mirror image of what he did last year. He shot 71 in the opening round last year, shot 71 in the opening round this year, shot 63 in round 2 last year to jump up the leaderboard and get in the final group. And he's doing something similar, 5 under through 13 holes today. Bogey free. He had 3 in a row on holes 2, 3, and 4, and then just birdied 12 and 13 before the horn blew for our second suspension of play. Behind Justin and T4, we have 3 players at -3. Jay Woodson, that we saw in our featured group coverage, 4-time State Open champ, is 3 under par today, 3 under par for the tournament. And alongside Kyle Bailey, who is 3 under for the tournament, even through 7 holes today. And then Talon Dingledine who birdied 7 that we saw just before the horn blew to get back to even par for the day and -3 for the tournament. So there's still a lot of play, a lot of action. We currently have 12 guys in the tournament under par. And, those leaders aren't quite getting away from the rest of the field yet. So there's still a bunch of players in this, and guys are going to try to, hopefully the weather has died down again and we see quiet, soft conditions, and they can go out there and fire at some flag sticks here while we have a few holes left before sun sets.
And in addition to the top of the leaderboard, it's also important to pay attention to what's going on around the 60th, 70th range, because after the second round, we will have a cut of the top 60 and ties. Do you have a quick update on what the cut sits at now and what it might be by the end of this round?
Yeah, it is currently still at +6. That is T46. That could easily go to +7, in my opinion, just because of the number of players that are at +6. We only need 3 or 4 players to make a bogey, and that cut line would go to +7. So anyone that's at home right now at +7 is refreshing like crazy when this restarts play to see what's going on. Again, I'm the bubble boy. I know what it's like watching that cut line move and just hoping. You don't want to ever hope someone makes a bogey, but you're hoping they can help you out a little bit.
Well, Mike, you're serving a lot of roles today. First, bubble boy, now part-time weatherman / meteorologist, and you're going to be following the cut as well. Hopefully we'll get the full second round in, but regardless, we're going to take you to live golf until we have to stop due to darkness. So hopefully after this break, we'll be back to more golf, but let's take it to break now.
Play golf in Virginia? Then it's time to join the VSGA. We love using the VIP card to save on rounds around the state.
VSGA events keep me pushing my game.
If you love the game,
you'll love the community.
Join the VSGA.
For 100 years, the Middle Atlantic PGA has been more than a section. It's been a community. From its start in 1925, MAPGA professionals have been leaders, growing the game, mentoring the next generation, and guiding golfers at every level. Their names may have changed over the decades, but the mission has never wavered: to serve the game and the people who love it. This section has produced champions, hosted major championships, and built one of the strongest tournament schedules in the country, giving our members opportunities to compete and raise their game. But our story is about more than trophies. It's about what happens every day at the club level. Teaching the game, welcoming new players, raising millions for charities, and leading the nation in programs like PGA Hope that give our veterans a new team to belong to. Today, more than 1,200 MAPGA members and associates across Maryland, Virginia, DC, and beyond carry that tradition forward, creating new experiences, developing the next wave of players, and building a stronger, more inclusive game for everyone. This centennial isn't just about looking back. It's about celebrating where we're going. Here's to 100 years of leadership, mentorship, and impact, and to the next generation of Middle Atlantic PGA professionals who will write the next chapter.
The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicap services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, and education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf. Through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game, they are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. Lots good going on here with the VSGA and MAPGA. And as we open the broadcast with Mike, this is the most important championship on the year for these two associations.
Yes, it is. I mean, both associations have a full slate of events and schedules that they run, but this is the pinnacle. This is number one. Has the most eyes, the most attention, the most media, and this is the premier championship of the year. As we see, Mark replacing his ball. You picked up his tees that he placed. You were able to pick up your golf ball. When weather is stopped, you're able to clean it. You then have to recreate your lie to the best of your ability. He did have a question to the rules officials right as the horn was blowing. A little unusual where Mark plays here a lot because he's local, and Independence Golf Club on a day-to-day basis has a local rule where you can get relief from the edge of the mulch beds. However, because this is not an Independence run event and this is run by the VSGA and MAPGA on our player hard cards, there is not a local rule that would give him free relief in this situation. So unfortunately, he's got to play it from this lie.
What issue is this lie going to present being at the root of this tree?
Well, and so where he's coming from, the lip of that mulch bed is behind his golf ball. So getting to the back of the golf ball is going to be difficult. There's a good chance, I wouldn't say he would top it, but there's a good chance that this is going to come out low and thin and with no spin on it. He also has to, can't see from this angle, but he's going to have to get it around this tree as he goes up the hill to this perched green. Again, this is a converted par 5. Just a couple years ago, this was converted into a par 4 for this championship alongside the U.S. Mid-Am stroke play round that was here. And the VSGA MAPJ has adopted this as a par 4 from a little bit further up tee box. And so it's a pretty large flat green that's really supposed to be taking in long irons for par 5s, but now it's a really tough par 4.
And we will be keeping a watchful eye on Mark as he prepares to hit this second shot on the 8th hole. He's birdied 3 of his last 5 holes and has gotten himself into a tie for the lead with his playing partner, Drew Brockwell. And we will be following this final featured group for the remainder of the day, basically until they have to stop play due to darkness. So if you're just now joining us or rejoining us from the weather delay, get comfortable and watch some golf with us for this next hour and a half. We'll see, really, until we can't see the golf ball anymore. But
That's right.
Enjoy this coverage. Mark, what other challenges are going to be presented on this 8th hole?
So it's looking like we got word from Brian Jackson down there that he's got really no shot. Mark is pretty stymied by that tree. And he's going to either have to pitch it out. Looks like he's got just a wedge in his hand. He's trying to remove some mulch. Got to be careful to not move that golf ball.
So as you just said, he was able to replace his golf ball because of the weather delay. So he put some tees exactly where the ball was, replaced it. Are you allowed to move the twigs and whatnot before replacing the ball?
Yes, you can move it. Well, you have to recreate your lie. So if it was sitting on top, you got to put that back on top of any mulch. But any loose impediments around it, he can remove. But he cannot improve his lie. Kind of something similar to what happened with Bryson DeChambeau last night, improving his line and line of play.
Certainly a big story in golf, and we'll see if this becomes a big story of this State Open, as Mark Lawrence, currently a co-leader at 6 under par, has to manage his way out of this 8th hole. He has gotten the opportunity to think about this shot and what the right play is for the last hour or so during the weather delay.
Yeah, you want to, again, I'm a big advocate for boring golf, right? Let's not make any stupid decisions. Let's not try to be a hero. Let's stay in this. You can make 4 the hard way. Let's get it back into the fairway. He's hitting his wedges well. We've seen that on holes 3 through 6. He's hit a wedge close on all 4 of those holes. So let's pitch it. Let's get a wedge. Again, it's an accessible flat area of this green and see if we can make a 4 the hard way. If you make a 5, so be it. Sometimes you make a bad swing and it leads to a bogey. We know with his game, he can make that up in a heartbeat.
Well, Mark Lawrence is bogey-free through his first 25 holes of the tournament. In his opening round yesterday, he had 3 birdies, 15 pars, and today through 7 holes, he has 4 pars and 3 birdies.
And it looks like play has resumed, I believe, but there is a group on the 8th green that they're waiting to clear.
So we'll keep an eye on that group in front of them on the green. Here we head up to the 8th green for the group of all amateurs. Kyle Bailey, Owen Love, and Grady Williams. So it looks like they're waiting on the horn to blow, which will signal them being allowed to restart. It can be pretty frustrating for your player with your ball already down, and you just want to hit this putt and get off the green.
Yeah, players are now really antsy. They just want to get going. They know they're going to be playing until dark. They know we're going to have to come back in the morning at some point. They probably haven't eaten any dinner. You don't know. You never know in those weather delays how long it is. How much time do you have to eat? You're trying to get hydrated. You're trying to get some nourishment in you. Some of these guys might start to be getting some hangry here pretty soon. But, yeah, you can see everyone's just kind of pacing around, mulling around, just hoping that this horn blows here soon.
There might be hangry players on the golf course, and there might be some hangry people in our production room right now. That's still to be determined. We want to bring you back to this coverage presented by Sea Pines Resort. Welcome to Sea Pines Resort, where legendary golf, world-class accommodations, and exceptional amenities come together on the iconic shores of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Very grateful to all of our wonderful sponsors here at the State Open of Virginia. And we will have live coverage for even longer than we were anticipating for today. So we're very, weather delay, it is what it is. But we're going to make the most of it. And if you're trying to make light of the situation, while we were in weather delay, you got to see the great coverage of the State Open from last year where Larkin Gross won in the final round. And now we're just getting to go until the wee hours of the night. We're going to take y'all up until dark. It's currently 6:48 here in Midlothian, Virginia. And they're going to play until... Right now we're waiting to resume play once the horn blows, but then they're going to play until another horn blows, which says that, hey, guys, it's too dark, let's wrap it up, which means most likely every group on the course will not be able to finish their second round. Sunset here in Midlothian will be at 8:29 p.m. So because it's a cloudy day, that means that they might be able to play until roughly 8 o'clock. So for that next hour, we got live golf for you all. And it looks like that horn has blown, and we are ready to go here on the 8th green. Owen Love not able to make that putt. He taps and heads to the 9th tee. Looks like we have one more player ready to finish this 8th hole. That is Grady Williams of Hermitage Country Club. And then we will be back to the 8th fairway for our featured group and final group of the day. Great putt there coming out of the weather delay. Way to take care of your business, Grady. He will head to the 9th tee alongside Kyle and Owen, and we will head to the 8th fairway. 8th bunker, rather, as it seems that Talon Dingledine has found himself some trouble here on the left side of the fairway. Mike, what is he looking at with this shot?
Yeah, so this bunker, this front edge of this bunker was about 277 from the tee box. It's going to leave him, about 140, 150 yards. He looks like he's got enough space with a short iron that he'll be able to get over that lip. It should not be a problem.
And like we've been saying all day, he plays quick. And you know that he was waiting so eagerly to hit that golf shot.
Yeah, that's not one you're excited to come back to. Hitting a long fairway bunker shot is not ideal. And we see Mark, looks like he's aiming left.
Another shot that you can't practice on the driving range before the restart here, as Mark has that front foot elevated. He might be taking his medicine, but it kind of looks like he's looking to go right at the green.
He's trying to hit a big hook around that grove of trees to get it back in play.
What a shot there from Mark Lawrence. Lands perfectly on the green, tracks closer to the pin. Well done there by
tremendous.
Mark. He had a lot of time to think about it, and it seems like he made the right decision. Brian said for a second he might just have to punch out, take his medicine, but no. Mark said, hold my beer, watch this shot. Great job there, Mark. Now we go to Drew Brockwell. He was in the least trouble of the three, but he was still in that left rough, but manages it well. Gives himself a good look at birdie here on the 8th hole. Drew currently in a share of the lead.
Yeah,
with
looking
Lawrence.
comfortable.
Yep.
Hasn't put much pressure on himself yet in this this second round.
And we say he's even par for the day. He's made 7 pars. They've been comfortable pars.
Mhm.
You can easily have 7 holes of pars where you're, having to make par saves here and there, but he's been giving himself birdie looks, just hasn't been able to make any. He has another chance coming up. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Go to visitrichmondva.com to plan your next stay. Midlothian, just west of Richmond. A lot of these guys local. Drew, Mark, they're sleeping in their own beds tonight. Although it's a little bit of a hike for Drew. You're from this area. Mike, what's the track home for these guys?
Yeah, probably no more than 20 minutes.
Okay.
So all 3 of these guys are local in the Metro Richmond area, which is nice. So they're all comfortable in this golf course too. They've all played it a bunch. You see a great pitch there from Talon, who ended up just short of the green.
He's going to have that for par. We talked with Talon in the weather delay. I'm like, dude, you play pretty fast golf. He's like, yeah, I play too fast sometimes. I need to slow it down. I'm like, have you always played this fast? Or, is this a recent trend? He goes, I actually used to play faster. I've slowed down even more. I don't know if you could play any faster than he plays right now. So I can't imagine what it was like when he was younger.
I know a couple guys that I play with, and I catch myself talking in their backswing all the time because I'm not ready for them to pull the trigger.
And for them, it helps them too,
Yeah.
You might just get your mind off it a little less.
Hey, I'd rather someone play too fast than too slow.
100%. Independence Golf Club just added this big sign right off the first tee that says, expected play here is 4 hours. If you can't see the group in front of you, you are the problem. That is word for word what that sign says. I think a lot of people can appreciate fast play. Here's Mark Lawrence for a all-American birdie after that shot from the mulch. This for the solo lead, tracking down the ridge, and did not get it there.
He's still got to be super happy to leave himself that for par after that drive in that predicament. Yeah, he's hoping he can cozy that one in there and run over to the 9th tee.
And I'm sure that everyone's pretty frustrated with the weather delays because it's kind of taking them off their groove, but no one might be more frustrated than Mark, someone who's playing today so well. He's already made 3 birdies. He went on a little string there, birdieing 3 of 4, and the one hole that he made par on, he easily could have had a 4th birdie. So having those birdie putts kind of coming every hour instead of every 15 minutes can certainly weigh on you a little bit.
It's a big putt for Drew here. Get his first birdie of the day. He putted really well yesterday after a recent putter change.
And he jars it. Drew Brockwell back in the solo lead. His first birdie of the day. His 8th birdie of the tournament. And you know that he is happy to finally see a birdie putt drop because he's been giving himself looks all day long. And a great par there from Dingledine. This featured group is showing why they're the last group on the golf course, because they are making their shots and rolling in some putts as well. Here's Mark Lawrence, now in solo second, this to stay at 6 under. Great par there from Mark, who
Tremendous par.
in a lot of trouble during that weather delay. He's able to save that par, and extra important because of Brockwell's birdie that easily could have been a 2-stroke swing. Let's see a replay of that Drew Brockwell birdie putt. It looked good the whole way, and it hits the back of the cup. A confident stride from Brockwell, who knows that he now has that lead back to himself. Lifts the putter to salute the fans that were cheering him on. Great job there from Brockwell. They will head to our featured hole. The Jefferson Hotel presents hole 9, 168-yard par 3. We've seen it a lot today. Walk us through this hole one more time, Mike.
Yeah, again, so we got 168. It looks like the wind has died down a little bit. It was back into it earlier in our coverage. It's tucked over there on the front right of the green. It's 9 paces off the right edge, and it's about 9 paces from that bunker, too. So not a lot of space over there in that front right corner. It even funnels off the green over there. So we're looking to hit this 15, 20 feet left of the flag, and even a little bit past the flag is okay on this because of the false front on both sides.
Playing a little more difficult than it has in past state opens. Just 7 birdies today. 28 bogeys. So if you can pick up a 3 on this hole, you're gaining strokes to the field. However, if you have the momentum like any of these 3 guys in the final group, Drew, Talon, Mark, I don't think you're looking for a par on any hole. Head up to the 9th green.
That was Kyle Bailey with a long lag putt there. Good speed coming out of the break.
Kyle Bailey has been right at the top of the leaderboard basically all weekend. He's currently at 2 under par for the tournament. And for the following hour, our coverage will be presented by Marsh McLennan Agency, which helps people and organizations manage risk and prepare for the future through insurance, benefits, retirement, and wealth management strategies. Learn more at marshmma.com. Here we have a birdie putt from Grady Williams.
Man, this is the closest approach we've seen today.
Let's see if he can capitalize. The shorter putt, and it drops for birdie. Well done there by Grady Williams. We said you'd pick up a stroke on the field if you made a par. How about a birdie instead? That's going to get you a couple strokes in front of everyone.
That's about a stroke and a half on the field almost.
And Grady Williams right in there in contention. Currently, he was T6 before that putt. Now he's going to jump to a tie for 5th with Talon Dingledine at 3 under for the tournament. And Grady now 1 under for the day. Here's Owen Love. Confidently knocks it in. He'll head to make the turn. You can kind of tell everyone has a little bit more of a pep in their step now. They're going to try and get as many holes in tonight as they can, knowing that they'll have to come back tomorrow and not only finish this round, but play 18 holes of a final round of championship golf.
Yeah, you're kind of taking this as like a little bit of a mini round here before the darkness sets in. Let's see how well we can do. Let's go into the night with some momentum. Nice cleanup there, Kyle.
Let's take a look at the course stats here at Independence Golf Club. The toughest hole of round 1. So this is stats from yesterday's action. was the 13th, par 4, 440 yards. You can see that it was playing well over par at 4.47 scoring average. Only 14 birdies compared to 66 bogeys or worse. And then on the other hand, hole 5 was playing the easiest yesterday, playing just under par with one less birdie than bogey, but 33 birdies and only 24 bogeys. So if you're looking to capitalize on a hole 5 is going to be your best bet. These players, though, passed hole 5 and on to the 9th, their final hole before making the turn, and Drew is coming off the birdie.
Yeah, good aggressive swing there. Took the safe line.
Here's Talon Dingledine. Let's see how fast he can play this one. We might have to put him on the clock, not because he's playing slow, but just to see just how fast this kid plays. Rising sophomore out of William & Mary. It will find the putting surface. Two balls on the green for this featured group. One more to play. And that last one is from Mark Lawrence. Who's currently 3 under par on this front 9. That ball was up in his stance. High finish. Disappears in the cloudy skies and then lands softly on the green. Aggressive line there from Mark.
Yeah, he was looking at that one anxiously. There's not much space between that flag and the left side of the green, or right side of the green, excuse me. So probably wasn't trying to hit it there, but now has a good look for birdie.
We have 3 looks for birdie in this featured group. We'll see if they can capitalize after this break.
Marsh McLennan Agency is here to help. We are insurance, retirement, and employee benefit specialists who care about every aspect of you and your business. Your goals have taken you this far, and together we can defy limits to help take you farther. Marsh McLennan Agency. Global resources, local specialists, limitless possibilities.
Back here on the 9th hole here at Independence Golf Club. It's been a happening day, and it's going to be a longer day than we were initially anticipating.
Marsh McLennan Agency is here to help. We are insurance, retirement, and employee benefit specialists.
Weather delays. Each of them lasted about an hour long. It allowed players to go inside the clubhouse, get comfortable. We went up there, Mike, and chatted with some of the players, and I was impressed with how happy the vibes were upstairs. Everyone was just kind of laid back, chilling out. No one was sitting at a table by themselves. Everyone's sitting together, chatting away. And it's almost like this tournament, this championship, is a reunion as much as it is a golf tournament.
Yeah, a lot of it's about the camaraderie. A lot of familiar faces here. A lot of these players play with and against each other throughout the course of the year. They're friends. They travel together. They stay together when they go out of town at various events. So, yeah, it's fun. I think, I did hear a couple guys say, hey, they were just happy to have some time in the AC because it was hot and toasty out there, and it's getting sticky. And so some guys didn't mind it. Yeah, there's the general frustration of the start and stop. And but pretty much everyone in this field has done that at some point in their career. Maybe not a couple of the younger high school players, but most of the AMs, most of the professionals are used to having some of this happen occasionally from time to time.
And this is a great case study with this group here because you have someone like Talon Dingledine, who is younger, still in college, playing for William & Mary, versus veterans like Drew and Mark. We'll see how each one of them handles this weather delay because it's not easy, especially when you're in the last group and haven't gotten to play much golf. I mean, getting stopped twice before even finishing the front 9 can certainly be frustrating. However, Drew is looking for back-to-back birdies and to go 2 for 2 birdieing holes post-weather delay.
We uphill, left to right.
We've seen players leave this putt short.
And another one. Not bad, though.
A little bit closer
It's,
than
you know,
some
I
of the
think-
other rolls that we've seen.
I think a lot of amateurs feel like, I should never leave a putt short. But it's okay to leave long putts short. You know, we want that hole in the middle of our shot dispersion. If we're trying to gas everything to the hole to make sure we don't leave it short, then we're going to have those putts that we hit through the break and we get 6, 7, 8 feet coming back, and now all of a sudden we're bringing a 3 putt into play. So on a long putt, it's okay to leave a putt short.
I'm going to have to cut you off because guess who is already ready to play? Talon Dingledine. Looked over that putt for just a couple seconds, gave it a whack with the broomstick putter, and he's going to throw a mark down. Back to your point, Mike, for Drew there, long birdie putt. My philosophy there is if you don't have to put a mark on it and you can walk up and tap it in, that's a pretty good look.
One-handers are nice.
One-hander, a nice little lean. This one, though, is going to be a two-handed birdie putt from Mark Lawrence, looking to regain a share of that lead with Drew.
Downhill, breaking right to left.
Looking for his 4th birdie of the day. Can it get there? It does, but it just slides by on the low side. He gave it a good run, but was not able to roll in that birdie. That was a pretty quick putt.
Yeah, that one snuck away from him a little bit.
Got some cleanup work here. First will be Dingledine. Two players in for par. Mark Lawrence hoping that this is the final putt of the day on the front 9. The comebacker from Lawrence should be a little left to right break, and he jars it for a par.
I think if you're all 3 of these players in our featured group, you're happy with the turn. You know, Drew turns at 1 under on the day with a 1-shot lead. Mark's done what he's wanted to. He's gotten into that lead of Drew's a little bit with a 3 under, par 32. And Talon, maybe not hitting it his best, but even par hasn't given anything back. He's still right in this tournament as we make our way to the back 9.
For the players who have walked its fairways year after year, Independence isn't just a great golf course. It's a place full of memories, quiet details, and daily fee access with championship-level respect. It's where hospitality meets grit and where the State Open just feels right.
This was like probably the first golf course I came and played golf at. I can remember playing down at the par 3. And then played high school golf here, James River High School. So not only, you know, the State Open, but, you know, I've been here for a while, and so to win it here, it means a lot. It's pretty cool.
It's fun to go out to Independence, just kind of see a couple of the guys, and I think it just gives attention to detail. I mean, you know, it's a daily fee golf course, but it is maintained like a private club. I mean, it's always in good shape. You know, as a championship test, it's a pretty good golf course, a pretty tough golf course.
Independence Golf Club I'm biased because I've had success there, but I love it, and I think it's a great venue for the State Open.
And Gift does a wonderful job with hospitality, with you know, just making everybody welcome. But it's a really good test.
A lot of fond memories at Independence, particularly around the State Open, and yeah, I'd love to get back and play it again.
As the leaders make the turn, let's take a look at this 10th hole. Mike?
Yeah, short, dogleg, left, plays downhill. You'll see guys go for this green. The long hitters, it's typically downwind, will take driver and try to fly at front edge of this green. I would say more guys are just going to lay back, probably hit it 220, 230 off the tee to the fat part of the fairway, kind of equal with the big bunker on the left, leave themselves a little wedge. But you will see some guys get aggressive with driver and try to drive this green.
Playing as the 4th easiest hole on the golf course this week. Already been 26 birdies today. Let's see if we can get that number to 29, because we got some hot golfers coming through right now. Talon Dingledine quickly picks up his tee, finds the middle of the fairway.
And you see looks like maybe all 3 of these guys. Yeah, it looks like all 3 of these guys have iron in their hands. So playing safe, playing smart. Let's just hit a wedge on the green and make birdie the traditional way.
Just 350 yards with guys that hit it this far. They're going to be able to still have a wedge in their hand most likely after this. That one in the left rough. Drew's not going to be happy with that, just because when you have an iron in your hand, you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself to be in the fairway, or at least that's what the player's hoping.
That's what the players hope. You're still going to miss some shots. He shouldn't have too much difficulty. It looked like it was sitting up pretty good. Might be able to have a little bit of a harder time controlling the spin.
Here's Lawrence.
Yeah.
And he's going to walk off to his cart as he watches his ball roll down the fairway.
Now, this flag is tucked in the back left of the green today. It's 24 pitches on. It's only 4 from the left edge. So distance control on these wedges is going to be important.
And we will come back to their approaches after this break.
All right. Handicaps?
Nah, I just play for fun.
Fun? You know what's fun? Playing anybody, anywhere. Yeah, even them. Unlocking your potential, then smashing it. That's fun. Gaining confidence, getting the bug.
Come on, get in the hole, get in the hole, get in the hole! Yes!
Fun? We're just getting started. Get with the game. Get a handicap index.
Starting route to the Richmond region.
Back here on this 10th hole. Important to note, these drone shots were taken yesterday evening. There was a lot of smoke in the air from Canadian wildfires. The wind shifted on us and was blowing from north to south, and the air was heavily filled with smoke. You could feel it in the air. You could see it visually, and it was something that the players had to battle through for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, it almost got to a point when I was out there that it looked like they might call play for a second just because the visibility was hard to see flags on some holes. I was trying to shoot some yardages, and it was hard to see through the rangefinder. And so I thought there could be a chance that they would blow play, almost like a fog delay from the smoke. But fortunately, they didn't have to do that. And you can see here now we're down the fairway on 10. Drew's got an awkward lie. The ball's going to be well above his feet.
So when you do have a couple bunkers to be wary of and you're carrying water, how is this uphill lie going to be affecting Drew's mindset?
You know, the conventional wisdom is that this ball, when the ball's above your feet, it's going to go left. I see a lot of good players know that, and they overcompensate and actually miss it right because of that.
That ball takes a hard bounce left of the pin, takes a couple hops on the green, and finds the left rough.
Yeah, that's very lie dependent, right? The ball went left, the ball went long, no spin coming out of the rough, ball above his feet. Just hit one a little too, juice went a little too fast. And I'm talking again when Talon's hitting.
It's hard to beat this guy to the point.
And dress toward the back edge of the green.
Great work there by our camera crew, being right on top of the ball, really putting it all on the line. Shout out to all of our wonderful camera and production crew here at CGN. Mark Lawrence is the third to play. He is in prime position to attack this pin. Well done there.
Another good wedge.
That's 2 perfect shots to give himself a look at birdie.
Yeah, that's the perfect leave for this whole location.
And our PGA professional on-course reporter, Brian Jackson, is following this group. He's going to give us an update shortly. It has been a lot of fun following this final group. You can see all the people that are out there with them, both walking and in carts. I don't blame them. There's been fireworks so far. Drew knocking in that birdie putt on 8 to regain the solo lead. Mark already has 3 birdies on the day. And Talon Dingledine, the youngster, is fun to watch any day of the week. He has a birdie as well on the 7th hole. So all of these guys have a birdie in one of their last 4 holes, and Talon and Mark specifically are going to be looking to add on to that here.
Yeah, and this is another stretch of the golf course where we can make some birdies. 10, 11's a short par 3, 12's going to be another wedge into the green. It feels like it kind of comes and goes in waves at Independence. You'll have a stretch of 3 holes that's really hard. You're just looking for pars. You'll have a stretch of 3 holes where like, okay, now I can go out and make some birdies. And so this is now back into that stretch of a few holes where we have a chance to make some birdies.
Dingodine proved that yesterday when he birdied this hole and then went on a run of birdies on 12, 13, and 14. And you're mentioning 10 and 11 and even 12 as birdie holes, but the fact that he got 13 and 14 too yesterday, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, 13 and 14 are 2 of the harder holes on the golf course. Actually, now I'm looking at the updated live stats. 13 and 14 are the first and second hardest holes on the entire golf course, and we'll see 14 in a little bit, and they've moved the tee box back there. But both Drew and Talon just off the back of the green. Talon should be putting from that kind of back collar. Drew's got a delicate little chip. Again, you got to survey this lie and see how it's going to come out. Sometimes it's awkward when you have to make a big swing to get it out of the rough, but really we only want to carry this ball, no more than 6-7 yards.
Tracking towards the cup.
Very well judged.
Soft hands there from Drew. Pretty much as good as you can do without having that ball end in the cup. We'll see if he decides to tap. We'll lay that marker down and
just so he's not in Talon's way.
Yeah.
Because Talon's going to hit it here in a half a second.
Yeah. Don't look away, ladies and gentlemen.
He's checking the yardage book. All these yardage books nowadays have the percentage of slope and the arrows of where they're sloping, just to kind of reaffirm what you see. The guys you'll see a lot of them feel the putts with their feet. A lot of guys obviously are going to use their eyes, and sometimes they'll glance at that book just to reaffirm their initial read.
He's got that Cam Young flow coming out the back of his hat. The kids call it lettuce. This putt is going to snap on him left to right. He immediately came out of it. Let's go down to Brian.
Hey guys, yeah, this evening is incredible out here. We've got some great scoring conditions. Drew overcame probably 2 of his worst shots of the day. Just mistake into the left rough and then over the green. Completely made it up with that chip. Mark's got about 13 feet here. It's about a cup out on his right, back up the hill, looking to convert another wedge. Putts it, he pulled it a hair and it stayed right there. He had that going right. It was pretty much a dead straight putt. Easy par. Talon's got one of those knee knockers that we love, Mike, about 5 feet. Just came up willfully short. He's been making these all day. He'll certainly hit this in a second. Beautiful. Back to you guys.
Ryan throwing shots at you, Mike. You got anything to say back?
I have a lot of knee knockers. You've seen me play. We've played enough golf together. I have a lot of knee knockers, usually for bogey. I make them, though. I make the knee knockers for bogey.
Love a good scrappy bogey. That's going to be a scrappy par from Drew.
Yeah, like Brian said, not two great swings there. Kind of took a birdie hole away from him and end up hitting a nice pitch and having an easy par. But a little frustrated there. Again, anytime you make pars and you're not going backwards, you're okay.
And, Mike, we only have about 10 groups or so left on the golf course. Let's take a look at the projected cut as it stands now.
The cut has just gone to +7. So kind of like we were thinking earlier, we currently have 68 players that are at +7 or better. Again, pretty big log jam there. It's a lot of players at 6 and 7 over. I wouldn't be surprised to see this number bounce one way or the other as we get to the finish here. We might not know this until tomorrow because there are players on the other side of the golf course, players that did tee off on 10.
That's right.
Players that did tee off on 10 this afternoon that are finishing on the front. And because we repaired today, some of those players with some higher scores yesterday are on that front side finishing up. But right now we got a projected cut at +7 as we move over to the 11th hole.
We'll continue to monitor that throughout the evening. Tell us about this 11th hole, Mike. Shortest par 3 on the course.
Shortest par 3 on the golf course. Stock yardage is 155. They have the pin a little back today, so it's playing 160. And it's only a handful of paces, 5 paces from that back edge. And this has a green. I've seen a lot of balls. If you land this flag high, it's going to bounce long. So guys are going to look to leave this short of the flag. It's fairly flat up there. It's kind of middle back today. We'll probably see the flag tucked over that left bunker tomorrow, would be my guess, what the committee would do. But again, can't go long here. This is, you just play at that 155 stock yardage and leave yourself an uphill putt.
Playing as the easiest par 3 on the course this week. Scoring average 3.22. For reference, the most difficult par 3 on the course coming up, the 16th is playing at 14th is playing at 3.39 strokes on average. We are here with our featured group looking to capitalize on this short par 3. They're waiting on the group up ahead. Kind of been a trend here since the restart. It seems like the course might be a little bit backed up as maybe not everyone restarted at the same time, or maybe it took players to get to their positions a little bit longer.
Yeah, you kind of get that accordion kind of effect when you have that. People are starting and stopping at slightly different times, and you can get them at different points in the hole. Hasn't been too much action on that leaderboard behind Drew and Mark. Justin LaRue has been holding steady at that 4-under number. Jay Woodson had made a birdie when we came back and then just made a bogey on 14, so he is at 3 under for the tournament, 3 under for the day, tied with Grady Williams, who we saw make that birdie on 9.
Let's head up to the 11th green.
And this is where you want to leave it. This is the perfect spot. Owen has left it in.
He didn't take on the flag too much, right? Because like you said, it can run off the back. Gives himself a decent look there. Well read, just a little.
Just a hair too heavy through the pace. But that was a slightly uphill left to right putt.
Owen Love currently at 2 under par for the tournament. He is even on the day. Grady Williams also in this group at 3 under par, 1 under for the day. Kyle Bailey is 1 over par for the day, 2 under for the tournament. So all 3 of these guys still in red figures. Drew Brockwell at 7 under, Mark Lawrence at 6. Justin LaRue at 4 under par, and we got a log jam here between 3 under and 2 under. We'll continue to monitor these scores, although we're not anticipating to finish this second round. Most likely we'll have to restart in the morning, which means that we won't have the cut set until the morning, which can be frustrating for guys that are teetering on the edge of whether they need to show up the next day or not.
A lot of uncertainty.
We're going to try and tell you guys everything we know before we end this broadcast. We probably have about 30 more minutes of play, depending on daylight, and we're going to follow this featured group all the way till that point. Drew Brockwell puts it on the green, but did not travel as far as he would have liked.
Yeah, we want to keep it short of the pin, but not that short. I'm not sure if that was either a missed club or a missed hit, but he was just barely on the front edge of the green there. Another false front on this green as well if you come up short.
Dingledine up next.
This is a hole. You're pretty much today, you're looking right at this flag. You just want to be short of it. Does not like it.
Seems to have
pulled it. Looks like it's going to be just teetering on the edge of the left side of the green.
Yeah, he didn't like that one off the face. Precision is key on this hole with the bunker on the right, the fall off to the left. You want to be straight and middle here, as you do on most golf shots. Let's see if Lawrence can do so. Watching the ball in the air, it takes a bounce towards the pin. It is rolling to it, and well done there from Lawrence, putting himself in prime position to knock in a birdie and tie that lead with Drew. We're going to see if he can finish off that birdie putt and see what the rest of the bunch does after this break.
Marsh McLennan Agency is here to help. We are insurance, retirement, and employee benefit specialists who care about every aspect of you and your business. Your goals have taken you this far, and together we can defy limits to help take you farther. Marsh McLennan Agency. Global resources, local specialists, limitless possibilities.
This hour of coverage brought to you by Marsh McLennan Agency, which helps people and organizations manage risk and prepare for the future through insurance, benefits, retirement, and wealth management strategies. Learn more at marshmma.com. Let's take a second look at that tee shot from Mark Lawrence. It had everyone here in our production room stand up a little bit. Mark, walk us through this shot.
This is right at it, like we were looking for. Took a nice bounce and release forward. He kept it short of the flag, only by a couple feet, and he's got a great uphill look now. Shouldn't be a ton of break in that putt coming from the right side of this whole location.
That is a shot managed perfectly by the 2020 State Open champ. You can tell that he plays this golf course a lot. He knows how that ball is going to bounce on the green, and it landed pretty much exactly where he wanted it to. Once it took that first soft bounce, everyone here in our production room here in the clubhouse kind of stood on the edge of their seat for a second thinking, is that putt going to get expensive? Are we all going to be having some fun in Tavern 19 after this, thanks to Mark? Not quite.
Not quite.
We'll still have fun, but
that'd be a hefty bar tab with as many people here today.
Especially with all the weather delays, you know people are going to be wanting to wash one down. Let's go down to Brian on the green.
Yeah, Talon pulled that one pretty bad. It's just on the fringe. He's got a little over 60, 70 feet. This is a really tough one. If he gets aggressive on this, that pin is only about 3 feet from falling off to the right. So needless to say, he's getting ready to hit it, but he's got to be a little careful on this one. Probably looking for about 5-6 feet short. That's a great putt. Just about 4 or 5 feet short. Well done. Back to you guys in the booth.
That was about as long as a putt as you could have given yourself with this pin location on this green. The VSGA and MAPGA do a great job picking these pin locations and the tee boxes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an art. And luckily, we've had so much past history here. They know what has worked well. They do a great job of looking at the core statistics every year and making adjustments for the next year based off of certain hole yardages and hole locations. Another lengthy putt here from Drew. And we saw Mark's ball kind of sneak away pretty hard to the right when it landed. His putt's going to do the same thing.
He's given himself a lot of longer birdie putts today, hitting a lot of greens and regulations, but his proximity to the pin maybe not as good as he would like.
And this is one where now he's given himself, we talked a couple holes ago about blowing one past 6, 7, 8 feet, and that's what he's done here. And now putting a lot more stress on himself to make that par, not as comfy as earlier in the round.
Mark Lawrence licking his chops, knowing that if he can jar this birdie, he will have at least a share of the lead, maybe even outright. Can he reward himself for a fantastic tee shot? Breaks slightly to the right. He doesn't play it up enough, and he's going to be upset with that tap-in par, knowing that that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a misread there. It looked like he hit it right where he was aiming and just didn't play enough break.
He will watch on as Talon and Drew look to save their pars following 2 long birdie putts. Drew will be first. And Drew Brockwell has the lead right now. He's at 7 under, Mark's at 6, but after that, they got to cushion a little bit. These are the kind of putts that are going to win you a state open.
Yeah, you have to make these putts if you're going to win. Yeah, that was a confident stroke.
He answers the call. Drew Brockwell keeps his lead at 7 under. Dingodine knocks in his par as our leaders head to 12. To win the State Open of Virginia is to stand among the best, pros and amateurs alike, and these 3 players. It remains the ultimate test, the greatest validation, and a lasting highlight on their golfing resumes.
It's the biggest tournament in the state, so if a local pro wins it, or somebody comes in off the tour like I did, or an amateur wins it like Evan Beck won it a couple years ago and stuff, it's just the #1 tournament. I mean, you're actually the #1 golfer in the state of Virginia if you win this tournament.
I viewed it as winner's the best player in Virginia that year. It's a stroke play tournament. First time I won it was 4 rounds. Everyone's kind of has been playing and building up to it, and everyone seems to be, at least I viewed it as, in peak form. So you're playing against the best players in the state at their best.
To this date, it's the biggest golf achievement that I've had, and probably wasn't on anybody's radar, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But it gives you a lot of confidence. I'm exempt for life, assuming I don't turn pro, and so that gives me plenty of other chances. I'd like to, focus now is to try and win a second. So, you got a bunch of pretty good names on this, like Bobby. I think Lanny Watkins as well on there, and And so, you know, if you can put yourself amongst those names, yeah, it's pretty cool.
The pros could play, the amateurs could play. So if you finished in the top 10 there, that actually meant that you were probably in the top 10 in the state as one of the best players.
Laney Watkins, Bobby Watkins, Vinny Giles, lots of state open champs that are legends in the game. Back to 12T.
Yeah, so another short hole, 375. Most guys today are going to stay short of this bunker, so they will not be hitting driver. You're going to see 3 woods, 5 woods, hybrids, that kind of thing. There's a lot of space over the hazard, the penalty area. Trying to hit it in the big width of the fairway. There is a grove of trees on the left. If you hit it too far left in the fairway, it can block you out a little bit on your approach.
Big swing there from Lawrence. He knows how to play this course well, especially on par 4s like this where you can be a little crafty and requires strategy off the tee.
He's played here so much. He kind of, his game plan, he doesn't really have to think about. He knows what he's going to hit from every tee box. He knows his lines. Unless the conditions were really to drastically change, he pretty much can tell you right now what he's going to hit into most greens and off of most tees.
Wiping the sweat off his palms is Dingledine. Sweat may be the only thing that can get in this guy's way of playing fast as he hits his iron. High arching ball. Quick tee pickup right in the center of the fairway. Well done.
Just what you would expect. All 3 of these guys find the short grass and have a wedge to attack. A very scoreable hole. Number 12 is playing the 14th easiest.
Walk us through this one as we look at the aerial coverage presented by Shady Rays.
Yeah, so we're playing the up tee box today. There is a further back tee box that makes this hole play very different. But kind of where we're seeing now, this fat area short of the bunkers where players are going to hit 3-wood hybrid and leave themselves, you know, just a really kind of a flip wedge 100 yards in to this hole. Today, it's cut right over the bunker. There's plenty of space behind it. Should be able to get a little bit of spin. So you're looking to hit this past the flag and see if you can kind of spin it back towards it so you can take that bunker out of play.
5th easiest hole of the week. Scoring average here, 4.16.
And this is a hole we may see them move up tomorrow. The committee likes to try to make one of the short par 4s drivable on the final day for some fireworks. And with that grove of trees you see there that jets out on the left, that can kind of act as a little bit of a green monster and knock down some golf balls, as my Red Sox are on a tear, by the way. This is a fun kind of risk reward. It's not just an easy just bash driver up there and you're not going to have a problem. So we'll see if they move this up tomorrow. Last year they had 15 moved up.
I knew you'd get the Red Sox in. Every good Boston sports fan is going to...
That's right. We always keep an eye on the score.
Yeah. Congrats on the doubleheader win yesterday over the Brewers.
So Mark and Talon have much better angles to this whole location. Drew may have a little bit of an overhanging limb because he is on the left side of this fairway. He has to contend with.
All balls fairly close here in the fairway. I wish I could say that this is good cart golf because of how close Talon and Mark's balls are together. However, Talon's riding with his caddy, so he's the only one playing. Drew, on the other hand, parked close to his ball. He said, you know what, Mark, you can walk a little bit for this one. But whenever you're in the middle of the fairway, it's never too long of a walk, is it? He will be attacking this pin, as Mike said. High wedge shot here. Does it? It carries the bunker. Well done.
Yeah, nice shot.
Softly.
Just spun a little bit of away from the flag there.
Great shot there from Mark. Let's see if Talon can follow it up.
Nice abbreviated finish here, holding off this wedge.
Another good one. They've got it surrounded. 2 good looks at birdie. Drew is going to look to do the same. What does that abbreviated finish show? Is that trying to put more spin on it?
He's trying to control the flight, control the spin a little bit, control the trajectory. Obviously was not a full wedge. He was probably in between clubs there. So he's trying to take a little bit of the spin off of it and just kind of flight it down slightly.
Drew, looking at this one, not his best effort.
Yeah, a little disappointed in himself there. Got a birdie putt, but not as close as he would like with the wedge. Just gave it a little extra.
3 birdie putts coming up after this break.
All right, handicaps?
Nah, I just play for fun.
Fun? You know what's fun? Playing anybody, anywhere. Yeah, even them. Unlocking your potential, then smashing it. That's fun. Gaining confidence, getting the bug.
Come on, get in the hole, get in the hole, get in the hole! Yes!
Fun? We're just getting started. Get with the game. Get a handicap index.
And we come out of the break with good news from Josh Coates, the Senior Director of Golf Operations and Development of the VSGA, who says they will blow the horn at 8:30 p.m. Now, I say that's good news because that is later than we were anticipating. Sundown is around 8:30, so generally you don't know exactly how much daylight you're going to get out of that, right? Yep. You can't play till dark, obviously, because if you can't see your golf ball, it's not going to go very well, even though these guys are putting it in the middle of the fairway most of the time.
Yeah, it'll be at the discretion of the tournament committee of what they feel like is too dark. It could be 8:25, could be 8:30, could be 8:35. They'll use their best judgment. They want to be able to have the players be able to see their target and see their golf ball land. If that becomes a problem, and then that's when they'll blow the horn for darkness. Those players will have the option to finish the hole they're on because it's not a dangerous situation like we had earlier with the 2 lightning storms that blew through here. The players will have their option if they want to mark and come back tomorrow morning, or do they want to finish the hole and start fresh on a tee box the following morning.
So with it being 7:43 here in Midlothian, we are hopeful that we'll get in at least a couple more holes with this featured group. We're in a unique situation having it be the second round because there will be a cut after this round. So we're not able to send this group off and then start the third round like you would be if it was a non-cut event. So a lot to manage from our friends over at the VSGA and MAPGA. We appreciate them for their efforts, and I'm sure that they're going to have a long night tonight and an early morning tomorrow, as will this final group, as we see Drew Brockwell's birdie putt.
Yeah, quick putt down the hill. That's good. That's what you want there.
Great effort there. He was watching it very closely as he thought it might track in. If that green was a little bit quicker, it might have done so. Let's go down to Brian on this 12th green.
Hey guys, obviously these guys have gotten into the Talon speed. We are on warp speed, trying to get as many holes in as possible. But it's cool to see Mark Lawrence and Drew. This is basically like a Sunday morning match with these guys, talking, clowning around. Huge advantage just for this pairing, just being able to be relaxed. Talon just ran that by about a couple feet. Should be able to clean that up. Mark's got a great look back up. Should be turning back up the hill just slightly to the right as we have a squadron of turkeys running by. He has 15 feet. And we takes it back. Beautiful. Converted. I'm telling you, this feeling for Mark, what I'm getting the feel from this group is Talon's steady Eddie. Drew was kind of not leaking oil, but he hadn't been happy with his last 4 or 5 shots. Mark's in go mode. This is a perfect time to score out here. No wind, soft greens. Temperature is absolutely perfect. Everybody wants to play golf in this weather. Everybody's going to clean it up. Drew's got about a foot here to clean up. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Brian. Man, I hope that you can call a turkey a bird, because as they ran by, Mark did just that, making his birdie, getting himself back into a tie for the lead with Drew. Lots of action there on the 12th green. We appreciate Brian Jackson for breaking it all down for us. I liked what he said about Talon speed being warp speed. Might have to save that one for later in the broadcast.
And we takes it back.
Here's another look at the putt.
Beautiful.
Just like Brian called, up the hill, just
Converted.
breaking a hair.
I'm telling you, this feeling for Mark, what I'm getting the feel from
The stroke looks really confident.
Steady.
He seems like he has great speed on the greens right now. It's just a matter of, can he match up his line and his read?
He must have a good putting coach. I wonder who it might be. It might be one Brian Jackson on our broadcast crew. You didn't hear that from me, though.
As we look at the flyover here on 13, 440 yards. That right there where we just went past that bunker, it really pinches. You'll see a lot of guys try to thread it through that, or some of the longer hitters try to fly it over. Creek that runs all the way along the right side, short on this green, is no bueno. You'll see a lot of guys in this collection area a little bit long and left. Pins tucked on the left side today, so we may see some activity in that bunker. It's only 6 paces from the left edge.
And you said it, 13 and 14 are first and second hardest holes on this golf course. If it is the last couple holes of the day for this final group, then they're going to be ending with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, these are an important couple of holes here. You don't want to make a bogey or two coming in before they blow this horn for the night. The tough part about this green is there's no great place to miss it. It slopes off severely in front, and it can even trickle down towards that creek if you miss it on the front right. The bunker's not really great, especially tomorrow if we get a back hole location.
Beautiful shot there by our camera crew. Did they turn our fountain off? We had a fountain going earlier in the day.
It's like glass now. Not much wind. As Brian said, the conditions right now are as good as they get. So let's not squander this for anyone on the golf course. We're featured, we're looking at this featured group, but there's a lot of chasers. Let's take advantage of these last couple holes, finish the night strong.
I mentioned the fountain because when we were out there driving around earlier, Mike, for that morning wave, it was blowing so hard to the left, so right to left from your screen now, just because of how strong the wind was. Now you can't even see a ripple in the water. A player of Mark's stature is going to take advantage of every moment he can get on this golf course before they blow that horn, especially coming off his 4th birdie of the day.
Seems to like it.
And you can't blame him.
Yeah.
That is prime position for Lawrence, looking to keep his momentum going as he is in a share of the lead with Drew Brockwell, who is on your screen now.
It's about 278 to fly that bunker. All 3 of these guys should have the firepower to do that.
278, no problem, as that ball bounces well over it and rolls down even further than Mark's ball. Talon looking to put another one in the fairway.
He likes it.
Quick tee pickup over that bunker. Man, how nice it must be to hit it 300 yards plus. I'm speaking for myself, Mike. I'm sure you still got 300 in the bag.
I got to hit a sprinkler head to hit that far.
I'll need a couple good bounces on the cart path. And let's go to 18 quickly. We had an incredible shot by Ian Hildebrand, nearly holed out. This ball tracking right on the pin. It had everyone up at the clubhouse standing up from their seats. Look at this ball track towards the pin, just runs by. And a tap-in birdie from Hildebrand. Bravo, sir. that's one way to finish your round. And he's going to be especially happy to do it, knowing that he won't have to worry about coming back tomorrow to finish his second round.
Yeah, that's the way to end it. You can go home. We can have a nice dinner. That cold beer is going to taste a little better tonight.
And he is at 4 over,
Yeah, and get
3 over after that birdie for the tournament, so he's well within that cut line.
get a little extra sleep now.
Looking at a flyover of this 13th hole once again, you can see that penalty area off to the right. With today's pin location, shouldn't be too much in play with how good of a drive these guys hit. They're going to be, you can't see the pin now, but the pin will be a little bit on that left side.
Yeah, it's kind of middle of the green, 15 paces on, 6 from the left. You would think with the shorter clubs these guys are going to have into this hole that penalty area right shouldn't be a problem. I could see someone pulling it in that bunker or just juicing it a little bit. We've seen a couple wedges go long from these guys and could go into a little bit of that collection area on the left side, but I would anticipate 3 strong wedge approach shots here.
As our group ahead finishes up, Mike, let's take a look at the projected cut as we have it. So like you said, split tees today. So just because this final group is on 13, there's still plenty of guys out on the front 9, so lots of movement still to be had. What are we looking at?
Right now it's holding steady at +7. Is currently right at T60. We get 66 guys at +7 or better. So we would need a bunch of guys for that to move to +8. It could go back to +6 if we got a couple of these guys make birdie that are currently sitting at +7.
I'm sure that we have a bunch of guys who are either in the clubhouse having finished their round or maybe even on their couch at home watching the broadcast eagerly, not just to hear Mike's beautiful voice, but also to see what that cut is going to finish at. So it seems like if you're at +6, you're probably comfortable.
Yeah, if I was at +6, I'd feel comfortable.
Anything better than that, you're definitely in for a final round tomorrow. As Dingledine hits that abbreviated finish once again. He's holding it, begging for the ball to get up onto the green, and it does until it rolls off. What a tricky green this is. He was begging that ball to stay up, and it did for a brief moment, but the runoff got him.
Yeah, he knew that false front was there. That's why he was staring at it for so long.
Now over to Lawrence. Looks like he might be on a slight downslope as that fairway goes down to the drain. He has been on a roll, coming off a birdie on the 12th. Can he keep it up?
Oh, another great one.
How about that shot from Mark Lawrence? His wedges are on fire. He has hit you could say pretty much 4 perfect shots in his last 4 shots. His tee shot on 11, almost winning the hole. He made that birdie putt, and he is going to be in a great position to make another birdie here as Drew Brockwell tries to follow it up, and that lands similar to Talon. Is it going to stay? No, look at that runoff. A little too much zip on it. And he is going to join Talon in that runoff area. But look at that ball. Sitting up pretty for Mark Lawrence. We'll see if he can cash it in after this quick message from Shady Rays.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace shades that get lost or broken. So far, we've racked up over 300,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we can have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide.
If you're serious about your golf game, Shady Rays Golf is your vision upgrade. Designed for golf, their color-enhancing lenses help you read greens sharper and track the ball faster. Break them, they'll replace them. Seriously, it isn't just eyewear, it's a performance upgrade. Shady Rays Golf, elevate your game. Back out on the course now, as we are on the 13th green. Got a couple of clubs in hand here for Drew. What's he going to be looking for as he heads to his ball?
Yeah, this is an interesting area. Because a lot of balls collect and feed, it can be a lot of divots in this area from guys. It looks like Drew's held up enough that it should be in a little bit of a cleaner lie. Talon's down a little bit lower, closer to her drain. So I'll be interested to see, how wet it is down there. Contact is going to be at a premium here on this shot, well below the green. They are pitching back up into the slope, so it will make it easier to stop this ball.
Some tightly mown Bermuda grass here that he'll be chipping from, and just like you said, it must have been very wet, and he did not anticipate it well enough.
That's a common thing in that area. I've been in that same spot, and I've done that same exact thing.
And Talon might have just made his first mistake of this second round because he's been pretty steady hanging there with the big dogs. Now he's going to be fighting, maybe even just to save bogey. He's even par for the day, 3 under for the tournament. That has him in a tie for 5th. And he's going to have to regroup because he's going to have a similar chip to what he just had and a similar chip to what Drew has here.
Yeah, Drew looks to be sitting a little bit better, a little more grass under his golf ball.
Certainly not as wet, being higher up on that ridge. Runs up to the green. Well done there.
Yeah, his hands look good today. Another good touch there off the green.
He hasn't put himself in too many difficult positions, but when he has, he's certainly managed them well. Still without a bogey on the card.
Like Brian said, his last handful of swings haven't been his best. Misjudged his distance and his landing spot on that iron approach, his spin.
Talon looking for some revenge on this chip. That one runs past the pin, just short of the fringe, but that's going to be a tough putt coming back to try and save bogey. Talon trying to make sure that this ugly hole doesn't get worse.
Yeah, and that's a kind of typical overcorrection. He caught the first one fat, left it short, and it's easy to say, I'm not going to do that again. And, catch it a little thin, juice it a little bit too hard, and now he's really grinding.
For a player that plays very quickly, we'll see if he maybe takes an extra moment here, as it is still his putt.
Yeah, I do like what he's doing. He's kind of slowed himself down. He's walking 360 degrees. Let's check the yardage book. Let's see what the green chart says. Collect yourself, collect your thoughts. He's running a little hot. He's fired up. And for a player who can play really fast, sometimes you can get even faster and everything speeds up in your head.
Just finished up his freshman year at William & Mary. You got to think that he is learning more and more with each and every round on big stages like this. This for bogey. It snapped on him pretty good there.
That's a tough putt from that back collar.
He's got a mark, and let's show a replay of Mark Lawrence's approach shot here on the 13th.
It just seems like he's firing at every flag stick as it spins right back. When he has a wedge in his hand, he's looking right at it. He knows the greens are receptive.
And here we have Drew.
That's a very big putt there from Drew. A great up and down, knowing that Mark is most likely going to make birdie here, and you can't have a two-shot swing.
Yeah, that was definitely saving what could have gotten ugly. Getting a par there, and it looks like Talon might be making double, and they were both in a similar position after their approach. Here's Lawrence's birdie putt. Looking for back-to-back birdies, and he does just that. Mark Lawrence jumps out to a solo lead and a tournament best up to this point, 8 under par. Mark Lawrence, your solo leader. Here's Talon Dingledine as he taps in his double bogey. He'll drop to 1 under par for the tournament. They will head to 14. Let's take a quick break.
Marsh McLennan Agency is here to help. We are insurance, retirement, and employee benefit specialists who care about every aspect of you and your business. Your goals have taken you this far, and together we can defy limits to help take you farther. Marsh McLennan Agency. Global resources, local specialists, limitless possibilities.
Looking at the course stats, we just finished the second hardest hole of the week, and now we head to the hardest. Mike, tell us about this par 3.
Yeah, so this one is a beast today. Yesterday they had the tee box up a little bit. Today they have it all the way back on our newer tee that was installed a few years ago. It's playing 224. Pin is front left. Luckily, it's probably the easiest hole location that you can have on this green. It is a little bit of a bowl. You have a backstop behind it and can feed it in from the right side down towards the flag on the left. But 224 does play a little downhill, so playing about 220. But again, it's all you want in a par 3, and no real great place to miss this. I would say if anywhere, I would want to miss it short because you're going to be chipping back up. But left being short-sided with how severe the slope is on this green, you don't want to short-side yourself left.
You saw that house there behind the tee box. We have some spectators out on the back porch enjoying their Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening with some state open golf.
Yeah, they got a great pool. I imagine a little dip in the pool, a little cocktail, a little golf.
Very patriotic backyard as well. They got the American flags up, a little 250th birthday sign. Let's head up to the green that you're looking at there with our penultimate group. That's Kyle Bailey.
Yeah, and Kyle's coming off a birdie on 11 and a birdie on 13. He's got to 1 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament. He's right in the mix of things here. We need to get a check on Brian Jackson, make sure he's not in that pool.
In the pool, questionable. Cocktail in hand, probable. Here's the putt from Bailey. Gave that one a little bit too much juice. He'll have some work to do for par.
Yeah, that's going to be a slippery one back down the hill now that he's juiced that through the break.
And yes, there's still plenty of golf to play here in this second round, whether we finish tonight or if it's into the morning of tomorrow. But Kyle Bailey might be a name that would be in that final threesome of the day. Now that Talon Dingledine has dropped some strokes, Mark Lawrence and Drew Brockwell have a comfortable lead, so you got to think they'll be in that final pairing. Right now, it's a tie for third between Justin LaRue and Kyle Bailey. Depending on how they come in, might decide who's in that last group, which could give you a major advantage.
Yeah, you want to be in that last group. You want to see what the leaders are doing. So Justin LaRue is now in the house at 4 under for the tournament. He shot a bogey-free 65 today. So unless Kyle can get to 5 under in the second round, Justin, that would put Justin into the final pairing again. 2 years in a row, excuse me.
He was in that final pairing last year with Larkin Gross. Larkin just finished up his round. He shot a even par 70 today. That puts him at 1 over for the tournament and a tie for 15th. Some other names near the top of the leaderboard. In addition to Talon Dingledine at 1 under par, Owen Love and George Duongmene at 2 under, Scott Shingler and Jay Woodson in solo 5th at 3 under, Grady Williams. And then, as we just mentioned, Justin LaRue, our clubhouse leader, at 4 under par, along with Kyle Bailey. Here's a split screen here. You're looking at the 14th tee box in addition to the 14th green. On the right side of your screen, that is a par putt here.
For Owen Love, we've got some cleanup work here from this group.
Tough par save, and this hole showing its teeth, proving why it is playing as the most difficult hole on the course. This also for par from Kyle Bailey.
You should have gotten a read here off of Owen.
After this par putt from Bailey, we're going to go back to the tee where Brian Jackson will join us. I look forward to hearing what he has to say after your comments regarding the pool. Stick around for that, as Kyle Bailey looks to remain in a tie for third.
Great
And
stroke.
he drains that. Those feel almost just as good as the birdie putts do, don't they?
Yeah, those keep the grounds going, especially after just coming off of a birdie on a really tough hole on 13. You don't want to give that right back. So you got a little extra pep in your step when you make those.
Kyle Bailey's fighting through the adversity on the scorecard today. He had 3 bogeys on the front, but has had 2 birdies on this back 9, in addition to 2 birdies he had on 6 and 7. So will remain at 1 under for the day, 4 under for the tournament. Owen Love will finish up his bogey. That group's going to head to 15, but let's go back to 14T with Brian.
Yeah, guys, we're back here. They are gearing up. As my kids say, nobody wants to see me with my shirt off, so I'm going to stay on this side of the fence. But Mark Scott, this is 224. If there's any breeze, it's into our face. He's going to probably throttle, probably a little 5-iron. They did, with this pin right in that little bowl, they did take some pity for the guys. But this is a big boy hole. Everybody's looking for threes here. Mark's addressing the ball. Beautiful shot. Just leaking away from the pin. Should just miss the ball a little bit to the right, but should be pin high. Good shot. Now, like we said, Drew's been kind of leaking a little bit oil. He needs a solid shot here. He can't get away with a kind of a slightly missed shot. This is too much of a demanding hit here. He's squaring up. Breeze starting to pick up just a hair. This is a good shot. Kind of right on the line as Mark's. Leaking a little bit, maybe a little bit more to the right. Should have cleared the bunker. And Talon, after that double, you know, he was in actually good spirits. I think the camaraderie with Drew and Mark kind of let him get his composure back. There was definitely no pouting. He was smiles, ready to roll. He's playing too good to let one chip get on him. This is a great shot. About the same line. It might catch that bowl. It's going to be really close. All 3 players basically on the same line. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Brian. A big boy golf hole, as he said. But the 3 golfers there making it look pretty tame.
Yeah, it's just one of those. Just find a comfortable yardage for the fat of the green. Let's hit it on the surface. 2-putt. Again, this is a challenging putting surface. You can see on that Straka line heat map of the green there. That red and purple and pink, that's where the severe slopes are. The green and the blue are flatter zones. So you kind of have 3 little pods to this green. But let's just find the surface. Like Brian said, we just want 3s here. 2-putt and let's go to 15.
I like what he said about Talon having a good mindset after that double bogey, you can easily be hanging your head, letting it affect you the next couple holes, next couple shots. But credit to Drew and Mark, two veterans and great friends as well, both being Virginia Tech Hokies. Kind of seems like they might be taking Talon under their wing a little bit, kind of, you know, letting them be a part of the fun that they're having, just being, you know, nice, chill, relaxed vibe out there. It's really important to have that, especially in a tournament like this that can easily get a little bit too heated if you let it.
Yeah, I always liked playing with guys that chatted a little bit. You know, I didn't want to be just by myself in my own thoughts all day. It's a scary place. So if I can have a little conversation, keep it a little light, especially on days maybe your weight and pace of play is a little slow and you have all that time. You know, with Mark and Drew keeping it light, I'm sure it's comfortable for Talon. He's got his dad out there as well, so he knows he's a good player. Every player has a bad hole. It looks like he's in the bunker here. He'll be able to use a lot of the slope here to help get this. You can use it to the right. He can use it from behind. Yeah, really good.
Great bunker shot there from Talon. And a great shot by our camera crew. Some all-stars following this featured group all day out on the course right now with this group, Bo, Charlie, and AJ. They call themselves the ABC crew, following the action. Also, shout out to our camera crew up on the 18th green, hanging steady, standing by the clubhouse, Jeremy, Raven, and Josh. Great job by all of them today, especially spending some extra hours out on the course because of these weather delays that we've had. Appreciate all of you for standing out there, and appreciate all of you for staying on the broadcast with us, taking us through the 8 p.m. hour, whether you have us on with you at the dinner table or maybe post-dinner just watching some golf. There's really nowhere else I'd rather be as a fan of the game and getting to watch the State Open of Virginia. We'll be competing with the final round of the Open Championship tomorrow. I'm personally not worried about it. However, we got no excuse on this Saturday night for a golf fan to be watching anything other than the State Open right here on the CGN.
No schedule conflicts right now. This is where you should be. Tell your friends.
If darkness wasn't a problem, we would probably be going up until the start of the final round of the Open Championship tonight, right around 2 a.m. if they let us keep going. But as we mentioned earlier, that horn will blow in roughly 10 to 15 minutes, just depending on darkness, and that will determine what this final hole will be for this final group. Whether that is this hole, if it blows in the next couple minutes, or if it's the 15th coming up.
This is a tough putt here for Drew. He's got to come, as a bug interferes with him, he's got to come up and over and then back down a ridge. You're worried about the line, but you're really more worried about the pace on this putt. He wants to just get this trickling over that tier and then let the gravity bring it back down. Played a little too high and too hard. So now we get another knee knocker that Brian was talking about, putting more pressure on ourselves. Especially as daylight is dwindling here, it becomes harder and harder to read these greens.
And harder to keep your patience, right?
Yeah.
It can be easy to rush through these putts, but that's certainly not what you want to do, especially as you have reached the back nine of this championship's second round. Every putt matters, especially if you are Mark Lawrence, our solo leader, here for birdie.
Carrying a little pace. And that one got away from him too. So we still got a lot of work left here for these three players.
Another one that goes well by. It almost seems like this green is firmer than the past few that they faced, because we saw the previous group do the same.
Yeah, and I think it could be the daylight. It's just hard to judge as that ball comes up over and then back down that ridge. exactly how fast it's going to be. Depth perception becomes a little bit of a problem.
No doubt. And I wonder if that's going to factor into their decision if they are able to start the 15th hole and have the option to finish it, if they're going to decide to just pick it up instead. Let's go to Brian real quick for this Drew putt.
Yeah, Drew's got about almost 11 feet for par. That hill that they had to come over is a 3 or 4%. Oh, absolutely huge. What a big, big, big putt for him. His ball striking is getting a little wary, but that short game is absolutely saving him. Now Mark's got about 6 feet here. He's been working extremely hard on his putting. This should be right back up the hill. Strokes it absolutely good. Clutch play by these. Those are not easy putts, especially as darkness starts setting in. You just can't see all the reed and the green. So really great stuff by the dynamic Hokies over there. All right, Talon's going to clean up here, probably about 5 feet. This is not an easy putt. Excellent. What a great putt. Massive up and down coming back after that double. Just shows his character. Absolutely clutch. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Brian. Just cannot emphasize enough how massive those par saves were there by all three, but especially Mark and Drew. They only have one bogey on the week combined. We'll see how long they can keep that going as we take a look at the 15th.
Yeah, 15th hole, a newer tee box again, playing 435. Really brings the first fairway bunker into play. It's 285 off the tee. So players really got to be confident in, do they want to challenge that bunker and try to fit it in between the two fairway bunkers, or do they want to try to lay back a little bit? And you'll still have a wedge in your hand or short iron, depending on how far you want to lay back. So I'll be curious to see what these guys do if they're trying to keep that right bunker out of play. But big par putts from all three players back there. Our cameras make it look lighter than it actually is out there. I've always heard that on broadcast, and I've always wanted to say it. So now I can say I have.
There you go. Let's knock some things off our bucket list.
That's right.
In the broadcast booth over these next 24 hours. We've certainly spent a lot of time in here today battling through these weather delays, and we are happy to be here with you guys for as long as we need to until we crown a state open champion. Will it be Mark Lawrence? He has the solo lead now, and he has the honors on the tee box.
Looks like he's got 3 wood in hand, going to keep that bunker out of play.
And this is a new tee box that they've installed here, back right a little bit to give a new look.
Yeah, a little bit of a different angle. Makes it appear more like a dog leg right, where the other is more straight on. Looks like Drew's challenged us with driver.
And does that bring those bunkers into play?
It'll definitely bring the first one into play. He's probably just going to try to hit it straight up at that second one. He likes it.
No doubt about that one. Quick tee pick up there. I can't tell if that's because he is trying to get this hole in before it gets too dark, or if he's just feeling that driver right now. Might be a combination of both.
That was an aggressive play. I mean, you can see he's equidistant with that fairway bunker, so he challenged it, took it on.
Here's Talon.
He's dropping his club.
Did not like it. Quickly fell out of his hands. Beautiful skyline, though. And he was watching that ball closely. He even ran a little bit to the left to see it land.
Yeah, he lost it right. We'll have to see where that ended up.
And we'll find out the lie after this break.
Marsh McLennan Agency is here to help. We are insurance, retirement, and employee benefit specialists who care about every aspect of you and your business. Your goals have taken you this far, and together we can defy limits to help take you farther. Marsh McLennan Agency. Global resources, local specialists, limitless possibilities.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. Three incredible courses, one unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Back here on the 15th hole, Barracuda is the name of this. Every golf hole here at Independence Golf Club is named after a song. A little fun fact that I learned. It's a new change to the golf course. I believe it was back in March when they added a song to every hole. This one, Barracuda. Mike, if you want to sing it, feel free.
I'm good. Just like nobody wants to see Brian with his shirt off, nobody wants to hear me sing.
Okay. So maybe if the things heat up tomorrow for the final round, we'll have both Brian shirtless and you singing Freebird, because that is the name of the 4th hole. But up until that point, let's head back to the fairway of Barracuda where Mark Lawrence is. He's probably 30 to 40 yards back from where Drew hit his drive just because of the club selection off the tee. Still not too far into this pin.
Something disturbed him there. This shot plays about 2 yards uphill. Not a ton. Good hole location, tucked in the back right of the green, only 5 paces off the right edge. Nice high finish from Mark there, as he always has. Another great short iron approach.
Has he been dialed in on these par 4s or what? The last 3, he made a great par on the last hole, the 13th, but the 14th. But when we look specifically at the last few par 4s, specifically 12, he had an incredible approach, finished with a birdie. 13, an even better approach, knocked in birdie there, and then 15, he'll have another look. Here's Talon from the bunker. Wild finish
Another
there.
one-handed swing out of the fairway bunker.
You wonder if he might be rushing himself a little bit or just maybe losing just a slight bit of focus. That's all it takes in golf to not have your sharpest game.
Yep.
It's been a long day. It can really test your mental fortitude.
Drew's going to be looking right at this hole location.
He's
trying to fire right at it with a wedge. Great angle.
He's trailing for the first time pretty much of the tournament by 1 stroke. So he is trying to hang on to the coattails of Mark Lawrence, who seems to be on fire right now. And that's a great shot there for Drew. He's also going to have a birdie look.
Great look at birdie there. It looks like we're getting word from officials that this will be their last hole. So both Mark and Drew, not sure if the officials have told them that or not yet. Sometimes they will notify them. But both would really love to make this to go home tonight. I'm sure Mark does not want to go home. He wants to keep playing.
Mm-hmm.
He was hoping it was daylight, the way he's feeling with his golf swing right now.
Mark has put together a very, very impressive round so far and a very impressive tournament. He's made 8 birdies so far, and he's looking for a 9th. And this shot right here by Drew Brockwell is also going to give a good look at birdie. Drew's made 8 birdies as well on the week, and look at this approach there. Bounces softly, spins back a little bit.
Right over the top of the flagstick.
And that had to have been looking so good from the fairway, from Drew's perspective. And it was a very impressive shot there. I mean, these guys just neck and neck. You compare scorecards, Mark and Drew. Both of them have 8 birdies on the tournament. The only bogey came from Drew in his first round on the 15th hole. So both of them bogey free today. And that lone bogey by Drew is the only thing differentiating them on the leaderboard. Mark at 8 under for the tournament. Drew at 7 under. And it's, unless something crazy happens, they're going to be playing again together tomorrow for both the end of the second round and the start of the final round. Talon kind of just trying to get to the finish here. This will be his last hole. He's going to have a look at par, trying to stay at under par. He is 1 under for the tournament, 2 over for the day. These guys are hoping that they are about to hit their last putts of the day. Head home quickly, shower, and fall asleep as fast as they can, knowing that they have a long day ahead of them tomorrow.
It'd be a quick turnaround.
They have gotten in a good bit of holes, considering we've had 2 weather delays that both lasted about an hour long. The fact that they're only going to have 3 holes left as the final group is a big shout out to, one, pace of play by the players, but also the VSGA and MAPGA for being very efficient for the time that they had in between weather delays.
Yeah, I mean, I think 3 holes was about as good as I thought they could do. I didn't think they would get this far. So to only have 3 is not the end of the world. You'd rather not come back and play 3 holes, but as we watch Mark's putt here.
This would confirm his solo lead going into tomorrow. It drops Mark Lawrence to 9 under par. He is on fire.
6 under for his round of golf today.
And the applause from the gallery just signifies what they are seeing. Mark Lawrence now birdieing 3 of his last 4 to end his day. And he is going to be running those birdie putts that he has dropped in the last few holes through his head all night, hoping that he can keep that momentum going into Sunday.
This is big for Drew to put it in right on top of him. Feel good about going home tonight.
This would do
bogey
a lot.
Free.
This would do a lot for the confidence. Drew Brockwell's birdie putt just slides by. He certainly gave it a good effort, but just misread it, and now he's going to have a comebacker to try and remain what is now a 2-stroke deficit to Mark. Talon for par to stay under par for the tournament, and that one just runs by the edge. Not his best effort here on the back 9, having that double bogey on 13. He had a great par save from the bunker on the past hole. Can't say the same for this one, as he will jot down a 5 and head back to the clubhouse at even par.
Leaves us with only 7 players under par for the tournament as Drew finishes up there. And they are aware, shaking hands. Hats are off.
So there we have it. Our final group is done for the day. Through 15 holes of this second round, Mark Lawrence is our solo leader at 9 under par. Man, did he catch heat on this back 9. And yes, he is still bogey free for the championship. Drew Brockwell just 2 strokes behind him at 7 under for the championship. Talon in that group, as we said, he went 3 over par on his last 3 holes of the day. He's at even par, and that is our final grouping leaderboard. Let's look at the rest of the leaders, though, as Justin LaRue got to finish his second round. He's the leader in the clubhouse at 4 under par. Kyle Bailey, who is currently on the 16th hole, is at 4 under as well in a tie for third. So depending on how Kyle finishes will determine who is in that final pairing, most likely with Mark and Drew. However, we're not going to count our chickens before they hatch. That is how it would be right now. If the second round were to be over, the final grouping would be Mark, Drew, and Justin LaRue. However, that could change in the morning. Also up there in the tie for fifth, Jay Woodson and Scott Shingler at 3 under par.
And Jay's in the house at 3 under par. Scott has 2 holes left to play tomorrow morning.
And as you see on the graphic, the projected cut as it stands now, 7 over par. Do we think that that's going to stay, Mike?
I would, if I was a betting man, and if anyone who knows me knows that I am, I would say it stays at +7.
Well, that's going to do it from our second round coverage from Independence Golf Club. We'd like to thank all of the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. The State Open of Virginia, co-hosted by the Virginia State Golf Association and the Middle Atlantic PGA. It's been a long day from sunup to sundown here at Independence Golf Club, and it has been certainly a long day for the players, for our entire staff out on the course making this tournament run. We'd like to thank you for a terrific Saturday, and to our CGN crew battling through the elements, through multiple weather delays. We are on the other side of it. There you have our terrific crew here at the CGN. We will be back tomorrow for final round coverage of the State Open of Virginia, who will be crowned the 2026 champion.